Executor Selendi stood on the command deck of the Spear of Adun, her golden eyes fixed on the viewscreen as plasma fire tore through the void. The carrier shuddered under another impact, Zerg bioplasma splattering against psionic shields like acid rain against crystal. "Status," she commanded, her mental voice rippling through the Kala to reach her crew. The psychic network that connected all Protoss hummed with urgency, carrying thoughts faster than any spoken word. "Zerg Hive Cluster detected, Executor," High Templar Mohendar replied, his consciousness brushing against hers through their shared connection. 12 Leviathans, hundreds of lesser bioforms. They are attempting to establish another breeding ground. Selendi's mandibles tightened in what might have been a grimace. The Zerg, the endless swarm that consumed worlds and corrupted all life it touched. For millennia, the Protoss had fought this plague. For millennia, they had held the line. "We cannot allow them to spread further," she declared. "All ships advance formation. Void rays focus fire on the Leviathans. Zealot teams prepare for boarding action." Around the Spear of Adun, 3 void rays maneuvered into attack position, sleek vessels that resembled predatory birds, their hulls gleaming with the distinctive gold and blue of the Dalam. Behind them, dozens of smaller zealots readied themselves for combat, their psionic blades humming with barely contained energy. The battle was brutal but familiar. Protoss plasma cannons carved through Zerg bioships with surgical precision. Psionic storms, manifestations of pure mental energy, tore through swarms of mutalisks like lightning through clouds. This was what the Protoss did. This was their purpose: to stand against the darkness, to protect the innocent, to fight. But then something changed. "Executor," Mohendar's mental voice carried alarm. "Spatial anomaly detected, directly ahead." Space itself tore open. Not like a warp gate, not like anything Selendi's had seen in 300 years of service. This was a wound in reality, a gash of swirling energy that pulsed with colors that had no names. Purple and green and something that hurt to perceive, like trying to see a thought or hear a silence. "Evasive maneuvers," Selendi's commanded. Too late. The anomaly expanded like a hungry mouth, and the Spear of Adun was pulled forward as if caught in a riptide. Gravity went sideways. Up became down. The Kala, the sacred psionic network that connected every Protoss mind, screamed with distortion. Selendi's felt her crew's confusion slam through the mental link, felt their fear, their determination. She pushed comm outward, trying to stabilize the network even as her own consciousness reeled. "Hold formation," she commanded. "All ships maintain, reality inverted." For one eternal second, Selendi's existed in a space between spaces. She saw dimensions folded like paper, saw universes stacked like layers of crystal, saw possibilities and probabilities and paths not taken stretching in every direction forever. And then they were through. The Spear of Adun burst from the anomaly like a swimmer breaking the surface of water. Behind them, the 3 void rays emerged, their hulls flickering with residual energy. The wormhole collapsed with a sound like thunder that had no sound, a psychic shockwave that rippled through the Kala. Then silence. Selendi straightened, her long neural appendages sweeping back as she assessed their situation. The command deck was intact. Systems were responding. Crew were shaken but functional, but something was wrong. "Executor," Mohendar said slowly, his mental voice carrying confusion that bordered on panic. "The Kala, I cannot feel the conclave. I cannot feel the homeworld. The connection is diminished." Selendi's reached out with her mind, trying to touch the vast network of consciousness that should have been there. The billions of Protoss minds across dozens of worlds, all connected through the sacred Kala. The comforting presence of the conclave, the leaders of her people. The sense of home, gone, not dead, not severed, just absent, like reaching for something in the dark and finding only empty space. "Scans," she ordered, pushing past her own disquiet. "Where are we?" The bridge crew worked in coordinated silence, their thoughts flowing through shared purpose. After a moment, the results appeared on the view screen, and Selendis felt something she rarely experienced: uncertainty. The stars were wrong, not just in different positions. Wrong. The constellations she'd known for 3 centuries, the navigational markers that every Protoss learned from childhood, were simply not there. These were alien stars, unknown systems, a sky she had never seen. No recognizable stellar markers, one of her crew reported. No pulsars matching our navigation database. No known sectors. "Executor, I cannot determine our location." The wormhole, Mohendar said. "It did not simply transport us, it transported us elsewhere." "Another galaxy," Selendis suggested. "Perhaps, or," the High Templar hesitated, "or another universe entirely." The words hung in the psionic network like a weight. Another universe, a place where the Kala did not reach, where they were utterly, completely alone. "Long-range sensors," Selendis commanded, refusing to give in to the creeping dread that wanted to take hold. "Locate the nearest inhabited system. If we are lost, we will find those who can provide guidance." Scanning. A pause, then, "Executor, I am detecting a massive artificial structure, bearing 237 Mark V. Distance, approximately 4 light-years. Power signatures suggest advanced technology. Multiple vessels in proximity." Selendis studied the sensor data. The structure was enormous, larger than any space station she'd ever encountered. The power readings were impressive, though nothing compared to Protoss capital ships. But the design philosophy was completely alien, modular, industrial, functional rather than elegant. And there were dozens of ships, small by carrier standards but clearly warships of some kind. Some bore similar design aesthetics to the station. Others were wildly different, suggesting a multi-species presence. "A coalition of some kind," she mused. "Multiple species working together. Interesting." "Shall we approach, Executor?" Mohendar asked. Selendis considered. They were lost, potentially in another universe. Cut off from the Conclave and the rest of their people. They needed information. They needed allies, but they were also Protoss, warriors of a civilization that had endured for millennia. They would approach with dignity, with honor, as befitted the firstborn. "Set course for the station," she decided. "Standard approach vector, shields at defensive levels only. We will not appear hostile, but neither will we appear weak. Prepare a diplomatic envoy, 2 zealots and myself. If these people can help us find our way home, we will seek that aid. But we will do so as Protoss." "Entero Tassadar," Mohendar intoned, the traditional blessing. In honor of Tassadar, the hero who had sacrificed himself to save their species. "Entero Tassadar," Selendis echoed, and felt the phrase ripple through the Kala connection between her crew. They were lost, they were alone, they were impossibly far from home, but they were Protoss, and the Protoss did not break. The spear of Adun turned toward the distant station, its golden hull catching the light of unknown stars. Behind it, the 3 void rays fell into escort formation, their weapons systems powered but not active. Whatever awaited them at that station, whatever strange new universe they had entered, they would face it as they faced everything. Together, with honor, and if necessary with blades drawn. The journey to the station would take several hours even at maximum warp. Selendis spent that time reviewing what little data they had gathered, trying to make sense of this new reality. The station was a marvel of engineering, she had to admit. Not as aesthetically refined as Protoss architecture. These people seemed to favor harsh angles and exposed industrial components, but undeniably impressive in scope. It bristled with docking pylons, weapon emplacements, and what appeared to be some kind of ring structure surrounding the central habitat. The ships were even more intriguing. Some shared the station's design language, boxy, utilitarian, obviously built for function over form. But others were completely different, curved hulls, organic designs, evidence of at least half a dozen different technological paradigms. They have achieved what we lost, Mohinder observed, his thoughts carrying a melancholy weight. Unity among different species. The Kala connects all Protoss, but these people, they work together without such bonds. The Terrans managed the same, Selendes replied, though their unity was always fragile, built on politics rather than shared consciousness. Perhaps that is the stronger foundation, Mohinder suggested. Unity by choice rather than by nature. Selendes didn't respond. It was a question the Protoss had been grappling with for millennia. What was better, the perfect harmony of the Kala, where all minds touched and no Protoss was ever truly alone? Or the chaotic freedom of species like the Terrans, where every individual was isolated in their own skull but free to choose their own path? A question for another time. Executor, we are approaching the station. Range, 50,000 kilocams. Selendes straightened. Reduce speed to 1/4. Maintain defensive posture. Prepare the diplomatic delegation. It is time to, Executor. The alarm in her crew member's mental voice was sharp. The station has detected us. They are powering weapons and raising shields. Multiple ships are moving to intercept. Selendes's golden eyes narrowed. We have made no hostile actions. Confirmed. Our weapons are unpowered. Shields are at minimal defensive levels. But they are treating us as a threat. On the view screen, she could see smaller vessels, dozens of them, breaking from their positions around the station and forming a defensive perimeter. Some kind of energy barrier was flickering to life around the station itself, and she could detect multiple weapon systems locking onto her fleet. They fear us, Mohinder observed. Can you blame them? Selendes replied. We are unknown. Our ships are powerful, our technology unfamiliar. They know nothing of our intentions. What are your orders, Executor? Selendes made her decision quickly. All ships, full stop. Power down all weapon systems except point defense. Lower shields to minimum, enough to protect against debris but nothing that could be interpreted as battle readiness. We will show them we mean no harm. And if they fire anyway, then we will defend ourselves, Selendes said simply. But we will not strike first. We are Protoss. We do not make war without cause. The spear of Adun came to a halt, hanging motionless in the void. Around it, the three Void Rays powered down their main weapons, though Selendes knew her pilots would be ready to bring them back online in seconds if necessary. Now came the difficult part. Communication. Hail them, Selendes commanded. All frequencies, all methods. Executor, they do not use psionic communication, at least not that I can detect. They rely on electromagnetic transmissions, primitive but functional. Then we adapt, Selendes said. Configure our systems to receive their transmissions. We will learn their method of speech. But there was another option, one that the Protoss rarely needed to use, but had developed for dealing with species that lacked psionic sensitivity. Selendes reached out with her mind, not through the Kala but outward into the void. A gentle touch, a greeting, a carefully constructed thought form that carried no threat, only curiosity and peaceful intent. We are Protoss. We come in peace. We seek only knowledge and safe passage. She pushed the thought toward the station, hoping that someone, anyone, might be sensitive enough to receive it. On Deep Space Nine, alarms began to blare. Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Captain Benjamin Sisko's voice cut through the sudden chaos on Deep Space Nine's operations center, Ops, as the crew called it. The circular chamber erupted with activity as officers rushed to their stations. Consoles lit up with warning indicators, and the station's defensive systems hummed to life. Report, Sisko commanded, descending the stairs from his office with long strides. His dark face was set in the calm mask of command he'd perfected over years of Starfleet service, but his eyes were sharp, assessing the threat with practiced efficiency. Major Kira Nerys, his Bajoran first officer, was already at the tactical console, her hands flying across the controls. Captain, long-range sensors detected 4 massive vessels entering the system. They appeared from nowhere. No warp signatures, no wormhole activity, they just appeared. Appeared? Sisko frowned. That wasn't possible. Ships didn't just appear. They warped in or came through the wormhole or, on screen, he ordered. The main view screen flickered to life and Sisko felt his breath catch. The ships were beautiful. That was his first thought, inappropriate as it was given the situation. But there was no other word for them. The largest vessel, easily the size of a Galaxy-class starship, was a work of art. Golden hull plating caught the light of Badger's sun, creating a glow that seemed almost holy. The design was elegant, curved, with sweeping lines that suggested both grace and power. Crystal-like structures jutted from the hull at strategic points, and the whole ship seemed to pulse with some kind of internal energy that made it look almost alive. Behind it, 3 smaller vessels maintained formation. Each was perhaps a third the size of the lead ship, with a predatory, bird-like design that suggested speed and lethality. They too bore the same golden hull, the same crystalline structures, the same sense of barely contained power. "My God," Chief Miles O'Brien breathed from his engineering station. "They're gorgeous. They are also armed to the teeth," Kira added sharply. "Those energy signatures, Captain. I'm reading power outputs that exceed anything in our database. If those are weapons, and I think they are, a single one of those ships could probably take on half the fleet." Sisko forced himself to look past the aesthetic and focus on the tactical. Kira was right. The power readings were extraordinary. Not just the weapons. Everything about these ships screamed advanced technology. Their engines, their shields, their structural integrity fields, all of it was beyond anything the Federation had encountered. "Identification?" he asked. "Nothing in our database," Lieutenant Commander Jadzia Dax replied from her science station. The Trill woman's spotted face was creased with fascination rather than fear. "These ship designs don't match any known species. Not Federation, not Klingon, not Romulan, not Cardassian, not Dominion. They're completely unknown. Distance, 50,000 kilometers and holding position. They've stopped their approach, Captain, and..." Dax paused, checking her readings. "They're powering down their weapons. Shields are dropping to minimal levels." That gave Sisko pause. An aggressive species wouldn't power down weapons when faced with an armed station. They were trying to appear non-threatening. "Hail them," Sisko ordered. "All frequencies." Lieutenant Commander Worf, the Klingon tactical officer on loan from the Enterprise, worked his console. After a moment, he shook his head. "No response, Captain. They may not be receiving our transmissions. Or they don't communicate the way we do," Dax suggested. She was leaning over her console now, completely absorbed. "Captain, I'm detecting some kind of energy field surrounding those ships. It's not their shields, it's something else, almost like a background hum, very low frequency but constant. Could it be interfering with our communications? Possibly. Or..." Dax's eyes widened. "Captain, I think it might be their communications. These energy patterns, they're too complex to be random, too structured. It's like they're broadcasting on a frequency we can't hear." Before Sisko could respond, the pressure hit. It started as a subtle thing, a feeling at the back of his mind like someone had walked into a room behind him. Then it grew stronger, a presence, not threatening but undeniably there, and with it came something, not words, not exactly, more like impressions, concepts, emotions, peace, curiosity, lost, help. "Sir," Kira had one hand to her temple, her face twisted in confusion. "Did anyone else just feel that?" O'Brien finished, looking around the operations center with alarm. Like someone whispered in my head. They are telepathic, Dr. Julian Bashir said from his position near the medical bay entrance. The young physician's genetically enhanced mind was working faster than anyone else's, putting the pieces together. Captain, they're trying to communicate with us telepathically. That energy field Dax detected, it's not just communications equipment. It's psychic energy, telepathy. Cisco had encountered telepathic species before, Bearzoids, Vulcans, a few others, but this was different. Those species used their abilities quietly, discreetly, one mind to another. This was like having someone shout inside his skull. And his crew was starting to panic. "Sir, I'm getting reports from all over the station," Kira said, her hand pressed to her earpiece. "People are feeling voices, pressure. Some are experiencing headaches. Infirmary is being flooded with shields up," Cisco commanded. "Maximum power." All hands yellow alert. This was a mistake. He knew it even as he gave the order, but he couldn't risk his crew. Whatever these aliens were doing, whether they meant it as greeting or attack, it was affecting his people. He had to protect them. On the view screen, the alien ships held position. They made no aggressive moves, but Cisco could see Worf's hands hovering over the weapons controls, ready to fire if needed. "Captain," Dax said urgently, "the energy field just changed. It's pulling back. I think they realized they were hurting us." She was right. The pressure in Cisco's mind was fading, retreating like a tide going out. Within seconds, it was gone completely, leaving only the memory of that alien presence. "They stopped," Bashir confirmed. "Whatever they were doing, they ceased as soon as we raised shields." They recognized it as a defensive action and backed off. Cisco took a slow breath, forcing his heart rate back under control. This was first contact, real first contact, with a species that communicated in ways the Federation had never encountered. They needed to handle this carefully. "Stand down from red alert," he said. "Maintain yellow alert and defensive posture, but lower weapons. Dax, can you analyze that energy field? Find a way we can communicate without causing each other pain." "Already working on it, Captain. Give me a few minutes." Cisco nodded and turned to Kira. "Major, send a message to Starfleet Command. Inform them we have made contact with an unknown species of extraordinary technological capability. Request diplomatic support and scientific advisors. And," he paused, "request permission to attempt peaceful contact." "You think they are peaceful?" Kira asked skeptically. The Bajoran resistance fighter in her was always quick to suspect threats. "I think they powered down their weapons when they saw our defenses," Cisco replied. "I think they stopped their telepathic communication when they realized it was harming us. I think they're trying very hard not to appear threatening. That suggests peaceful intent to me." "Or clever tactics before an attack," Worf rumbled. "Possibly," Cisco admitted. "But I'd rather take the risk of being wrong about peace than the certainty of starting a war with a species that clearly outguns us. We proceed with caution but also with hope." "Captain," Odo's voice came from the security office. The changeling, Deep Space Nine's chief of security, sounded as close to alarmed as his usually stoic demeanor allowed. "I'm getting reports from all over the station. Multiple people claiming they heard voices. Some describe it as words, others as feelings or impressions. At least 24 people are reporting. Benjamin, they are reporting that someone or something touched their minds." Cisco grimaced. This was getting complicated fast. "Confine anyone experiencing severe symptoms to the infirmary. Have Bashir check them over. And Odo, make sure this doesn't start a panic. The last thing we need is station-wide hysteria about mind control." "Understood. But Captain, one more thing. Several of the reports describe the same message. Peace, curiosity. A feeling of being lost. They're lost." Cisco looked back at the view screen, studying the alien vessels with new understanding. "They're asking for help. Or that's what they want us to think," Kira muttered, but Dax was nodding. It fits with my readings. These ships appeared from nowhere. No warp signature, remember. What if they came from somewhere else? Somewhere far away, and they don't know where they are. Like the Voyager, O'Brien said quietly, referring to the Federation starship that had been lost in the Delta Quadrant years ago. Stranded far from home, looking for anyone who can help them find their way back. Sisko felt the weight of command settle on his shoulders. If these aliens were lost, desperate, they might become dangerous, but they might also become allies. Everything depended on how he handled the next few minutes. Dax, how's that analysis coming? I think I've got it, Captain. The Trill woman's fingers danced across her console. Their telepathic field operates on a very specific frequency. If I can generate a counter-frequency, something that acts as a buffer, we might be able to communicate without the negative side effects. It won't stop the telepathy entirely, but it should make it gentler, more like receiving a message than having someone shout in your head. Do it. And prepare a visual message, something they can see even if they can't hear our hails. Make it clear we want to talk. Dax worked for several minutes, occasionally consulting with O'Brien on the technical aspects of generating the counter-frequency. Finally, she looked up. Ready, Captain. Activating neural dampening field now. You should feel a tingling sensation. Sisko did feel something, like a gentle static on the surface of his skin. Not unpleasant, but definitely noticeable. Around the operations center, he could see other officers reacting to the same sensation. Now broadcasting visual message. Basic mathematics, scientific constants, and universal friendship symbols. If they are anything like us, they'll understand we're trying to communicate. On the view screen, the alien ships held position, silent, waiting. Then slowly, the largest vessel began to move closer. They're approaching, Kira said, her hand moving to the weapon's controls. Steady, Sisko ordered. They're responding to our message. They're trying to meet us halfway. The ship moved with breathtaking grace, gliding through space as if it weighed nothing. As it drew closer, Sisko could see more details. The golden hull was covered in inscriptions, glowing symbols that looked like writing in a language he'd never seen. The crystalline structures pulsed with light that seemed to breathe. And then, cutting through every communication channel at once, came a voice. Not in his head this time. An actual audible voice, synthesized but recognizable. The neural dampening field was working, translating the telepathic communication into something the universal translator could parse. The voice was measured, dignified, carrying an accent that reminded Sisko of nothing so much as nobility. Not arrogance, just the confidence of someone who had earned their authority. People of this station, we are Protoss. We mean you no harm. We seek only knowledge and safe passage. We are lost, far from our home. We ask for your aid in finding our way back. The operations center was silent. Every eye was on Sisko, waiting for his decision. He thought of the Voyager crew stranded in the Delta Quadrant. He thought of how he would want them treated if they encountered a strange new species. With suspicion, yes, caution was wise, but also with compassion. With the help that any lost traveler deserved. Open a channel, Sisko said quietly. All frequencies. Worf worked his console, and a tone indicated the channel was open. Sisko straightened, putting on the face he wore for diplomacy, warm but professional, friendly but not weak. Protoss vessels, this is Captain Benjamin Sisko, commanding Deep Space Nine. We receive your message and understand your situation. You are welcome here. We will help you in any way we can. He paused, then added with a slight smile, and we apologize for our defensive response. Your method of communication was unexpected, but we mean you no harm either. The silence that followed felt like an eternity. Then, Captain Sisko, we accept your welcome. We apologize for the distress our greeting caused. We did not realize your species was not accustomed to such contact. We will endeavor to communicate in ways that do not cause you pain. We appreciate that, and will work to better understand your communication methods. In the interest of peaceful relations, I would like to invite you and your representatives to board Deep Space Nine. We can discuss your situation in person and explore how we might assist you. Another pause. Sisko could almost feel the aliens considering his offer. We accept your invitation, Captain Sisko. I am Executor Selendis, commander of this fleet. I will come aboard your station with 2 of my warriors. We will meet as equals and speak as allies if such is your will. It is, Sisko confirmed. We'll prepare a docking port. Welcome to Deep Space Nine, Executor Selendis. In glory, the channel closed. Sisko turned to his crew, many of whom were staring at him as if he just invited a pack of wolves into a nursery. Well, he said with a slight smile, let's prepare to meet our guests. Chief, prepare docking port 7. Major, assemble a security detail, but make sure they understand this is diplomatic, not military. Dax, pull together everything we have on telepathic species and how to communicate with them. Bashir, be ready in case there are any biological incompatibilities. And what if they are lying? Kira asked bluntly. What if this is all a ruse? Then we'll deal with it, Sisko replied. But Major, I've dealt with enough hostile species to recognize one. These Protoss, they're not hiding their power. They could have attacked us if they wanted to. Instead, they powered down weapons and asked for help. That tells me something. Tells me they're patient, Kira muttered, but she moved to carry out his orders. Sisko watched the alien ships on the view screen. Beautiful, powerful, lost. Whatever happened next, one thing was certain. Deep Space Nine was about to get very interesting. He just hoped he'd made the right decision. On the Spear of Adun, Executor Selendis prepared to meet these strange new people who called themselves Federation. She had no idea what awaited her on that station, but she would face it with honor, as Protoss had always faced the unknown, with blades ready but hands extended in peace. The docking procedure was unlike anything Selendis had experienced. These Federation people used a technology they called transporters, devices that disassembled matter at the molecular level, transmitted it through subspace, and reassembled it elsewhere. The concept made even her, a warrior who had seen the impossible made real countless times, pause with philosophical disquiet. Was the being that reassembled truly the same being that had been disassembled? Or was it a perfect copy, while the original died in a cascade of dissolved atoms? Questions for the Kali, the scientists and philosophers of her people, not for a warrior. The locals request permission to beam us aboard, Mohendar said, his mental voice carrying skepticism. I do not trust this technology. Neither do I, Selendis admitted. But we cannot demand they accommodate our methods when we are guests in their space. We will accept their customs. However, she turned to the 2 zealots who would accompany her. Tyrannis, Korvashar, be ready. If this is a trap, you will phase shift back to the ship immediately. Understood. By your command, Executor, the 2 warriors replied in unison, their psionic signatures radiating unwavering loyalty. They were magnificent specimens of Protoss military might. Both stood nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies encased in gleaming armor that shifted between solid matter and psionic energy. Each carried psi blades, weapons forged from pure mental focus, capable of cutting through nearly anything when activated. Their mandibles were set in determined lines, their golden eyes alert. If this Captain Sisko thought to take them prisoner, he would learn quickly that Protoss did not submit easily. Inform the station we are ready, Selendis commanded. A moment later she felt it, a strange tingling sensation washing over her body, her vision filled with blue-white light. For a disorienting instant, she existed in a state between matter and energy, her consciousness disconnected from physical form. Then solidity returned. Selendis found herself standing in a large chamber with gray walls and consoles displaying alien script. The room was functional but utilitarian, nothing like the artistic elegance of Protoss architecture. A dozen or so beings stood before her, representing at least 3 different species. Her analytical mind categorized them immediately. The human who had spoken, Captain Sisko. Bipedal, primate descended, physically unremarkable, but carrying himself with the confidence of command. His dark skin suggested adaptation to high UV environments. His build indicated a gravity slightly lighter than Ayer's standard. No visible weapons, but she could detect the faint hum of energy weapons on his belt. Beside him, a female of his species, shorter, with bronze skin and hair pulled back in a severe style. Major Kira, if Selendis recalled correctly. This one had a warrior's bearing. Selendis recognized it immediately, the way she held her weight, the scan pattern of her eyes, the readiness in her stance. This one had seen combat, a third human male shorter than Sisko with kind eyes and dark skin. Dr. Bashir, the medical officer, no threat. But the fourth being was fascinating, taller than the humans with ridged forehead and darker skin tone. Klingon, her cultural database supplied, a warrior species. This one Worf, according to the data, was watching her with the intensity of a predator assessing a threat. She approved. At least someone here understood the weight of this moment. Executor Selendis, Captain Sisko said, stepping forward with one hand raised in what she assumed was a gesture of greeting. Welcome to Deep Space Nine. It's an honor to meet you. Selendis inclined her head, a gesture of respect she'd learned from interactions with Terrans. Captain Sisko, the honor is ours. We are grateful for your hospitality in this unexpected circumstance. Her voice came from the translation device mounted on her armor, a concession to dealing with species that communicated verbally. Protoss had vocal cords technically, but they'd abandoned audible speech millennia ago when they'd developed the Kala. Why speak with crude sound waves when minds could touch directly? But these people didn't have that capability, so she adapted. Sisko gestured to his companions. May I introduce my senior staff? This is Major Kira Nuris, my first officer, Lieutenant Commander Worf, tactical officer, and Dr. Julian Bashir, chief medical officer. Each nodded in turn. Selendis noted that Worf's hand never strayed far from his weapon. And these are my companions, Selendis said, gesturing to the 2 zealots flanking her. Taranis and Corvishar, warriors of the Templar caste. They are here for my protection and as representatives of our military traditions. Understood, Sisko said. Though I hope you'll find you have no need of protection here. We're explorers and diplomats first, soldiers only when necessary. An admirable philosophy, Selendis replied. The one we have learned comes with costs. In our experience, the universe is rarely kind to those who are unprepared for war. We've learned that lesson too, Kira said sharply, and Selendis caught something in her tone, old pain, old anger. This one had suffered, had lost people to war. But we've also learned that not every stranger is an enemy. Wisdom hard-earned, I am certain, Selendis said. She looked around the room, taking in the details, the layout, the technology, the security measures. Your station is impressive. I detect power signatures suggesting it supports a population of several thousand, a remarkable achievement for beings who do not share a mental network. Mental network, Bashir stepped forward, his medical curiosity overcoming any wariness. You mean your telepathy? All of your people are telepathic, in a manner of speaking. We are connected through what we call the Kala, a psionic network that links all Protoss minds. Through it, we share thoughts, emotions, experiences. No Protoss is ever truly alone. We are all part of the greater whole. The Federation officers exchanged glances. Selendis could see the concept unsettling them. To them, individual consciousness was sacred. The idea of minds touching, of privacy being impossible, probably seemed horrifying. "That's incredible," Dax said, and Selendes noticed this one had spots running down the sides of her neck, a joined trill her database supplied. Two consciousnesses in one body. Interesting and beautiful in a way, but also invasive, Selendes suggested. Totalitarian. "We have heard such concerns from other species, but understand, the Kala is not forced upon us. It is our nature, our greatest achievement. Through it we ended the eon of strife, a terrible age of civil war, and united our people under shared purpose." "And those who don't want to share?" Kira asked pointedly. Selendes's mandibles tightened. "There are some. The Nereism, the Dark Templar. They rejected the Kala, chose to sever their connection. We exiled them. For many years we considered them traitors. It is only recently that we have begun to reconcile." "Forced unity often breeds resentment," Sisko observed, but his tone was thoughtful rather than judgmental. "A lesson we are still learning," Selendes admitted. "But this is not why we are here. Captain Sisko, we are lost. The wormhole that brought us to your space was unlike anything we have encountered. Our navigational systems cannot determine our location relative to any known stellar markers. We need your help to understand where we are and how we might return home." "Of course," Sisko said immediately. "We'll do everything we can." "Commander Dax, would you work with Executor Selendes's science team to analyze the sensor data?" "I'd be delighted," Dax said, and Selendes could sense genuine enthusiasm in her voice. But before anyone could move, alarms began blaring throughout the station. Kira's hand went to her comm badge. "Ops report, Major," a voice crackled through. "Multiple contacts just entered the system. They're not responding to hails and they are on an intercept course. Weapons are hot." "Sir, they're targeting the Protoss vessels." Selendes's consciousness flashed through the Kala to her crew on the Spear of Adun. She felt their alarm, their battle readiness, their trust in her command. "Status." Mohendar's response came instantly. "Unknown vessels approaching. 6 ships." "Configuration suggests military design. They are hailing us with demands for our surrender." "Executor, they claim we are trespassing in their territory and must submit to their authority." "We submit to no one," Selendes said aloud, forgetting for a moment that the Federation officers couldn't hear psionic communication. "Captain Sisko, your space is being invaded by hostile forces demanding our surrender. I must return to my ship." "Wait," Sisko held up a hand. "Let me see if I can resolve this diplomatically." "Dax, get me a visual on those ships." The view screen on the wall flickered to life, showing 6 vessels with a design Selendes recognized immediately. Curved hulls, organic-looking armor plating, disruptor arrays. "Kardashian," Kira spat the word like a curse. "Of course it's Kardashians." "You know them?" Selendes asked. "Unfortunately," Sisko said grimly. "The Kardashian Union, they used to occupy Badger, Major Kira's homeworld. The occupation ended years ago, but tensions remain high. And they're notoriously territorial." "Executor," Mohendar's voice cut through her thoughts. "The Kardashians are powering weapons. Threat analysis suggests each vessel is equivalent to a Terran battlecruiser. Together they pose minimal threat to the carrier but could damage our void rays." "Do not engage," Selendes commanded through the Kala. "Hold position. Maintain defensive shields only. We will not be the ones to start this conflict." She looked at Sisko. "Captain, I recommend you convince these Kardashians to stand down. We have no desire for combat, but if they fire upon my ships, we will respond with overwhelming force. And your station is in the crossfire zone." Sisko's jaw tightened. "Understood." "Kira, open a channel to the Kardashian vessels." The view screen shifted, showing a reptilian face with distinctive ridged features. A Kardashian commander, his expression radiating arrogance and contempt. "This is Gul Evk of the Kardashian Third Order." Unknown vessels, you are in violation of the Kardashian Federation Treaty. You will power down your engines and prepare to be boarded, or we will open fire. Gull Evk. This is Captain Benjamin Sisko, commanding Deep Space Nine. Those ships are under Federation protection. They are guests in this system and they pose no threat to Kardashian interests. I recommend you stand down. Federation protection. Evk laughed, a harsh, grating sound. You have no authority to grant protection to ships of unknown origin. For all we know, they are Dominion scouts preparing an invasion. We will board those vessels and determine their intent ourselves. You will do no such thing, Selendis said coldly, stepping into the camera's view. Evk's expression shifted to surprise. He clearly hadn't expected to see an alien species he didn't recognize. I am Executor Selendis of the Protoss Dalam. My fleet answers to no authority but my own. Your demands are rejected. Protoss. Evk's eyes narrowed. I don't care what you call yourselves. You will comply or you will be destroyed. Gull Evk, Sisko began, but Selendis cut him off. Captain Sisko, permission to demonstrate to this gull why his threats are meaningless. Sisko looked at her sharply. What do you have in mind? A show of force. Non-lethal but convincing. For a moment Sisko hesitated, then he nodded. Do it, but no casualties. I don't want to start a war. Understood. Selendis' consciousness reached out through the Kala to her High Templar. Mohendar, Psionic Storm. Target the lead Kardashian vessel's shield generators. Disable only. Make it clear what we could do if we wish them harm. On the view screen, the Kardashian fleet was moving into attack formation. Evk was still talking, issuing more threats, more demands. Then space itself seemed to tear open around his ship. A maelstrom of blue-white energy erupted from nowhere, pure psionic force given physical form. It swirled around the Kardashian vessel like a hurricane of lightning, battering shields that sparked and failed under the assault. For 10 seconds the storm raged. Then it stopped. The Kardashian ship was intact, engines functional, weapons operational, but every shield generator was offline and scorch marks covered the hull where the psionic energy had overloaded their protective systems. Evk's face on the screen was pale. What was that? A warning, Selendis said calmly. We are Protoss. We do not submit to threats. We do not yield to force. If you fire upon my fleet, we will respond with total annihilation. Your shields will not protect you. Your armor will not save you. Your vessels will become debris before your weapons officers can finish their targeting solutions. She leaned forward slightly. But we do not seek conflict. We are lost, far from home, and we ask only for safe passage while we attempt to find our way back. Stand down, Gull Evk. Return to your borders and we will forget this insult. The silence on the bridge stretched. Evk looked at his tactical displays, clearly running threat assessments, looking at the remains of his shield generators, calculating odds. Finally, he straightened. We will withdraw for now. But know this, Protoss, we will be watching. One wrong move and the full might of the Kardashian Union will fall upon you. Noted, Selendis said. And know this, Gull, we are warriors who have fought battles before your civilization learned to make fire. We fear nothing you can threaten. But we have no desire for war. Leave us in peace and you will have nothing to fear from us. The transmission cut out. On the view screen, the Kardashian vessels were turning away, retreating to the edge of the system. Sisko let out a long breath. Well, that was impressive, Kira finished, looking at Selendis with new respect. You didn't destroy them, you could have, but you didn't. We are not savages, Selendis replied. We do not kill without cause. The Kardashians threatened us. We demonstrated our capability. They retreated. Honor is satisfied and no lives were lost. This is how conflicts should be resolved. If only it were always that simple, Sisko said quietly. Then he shook his head, returning to the moment. But you've proven your good faith, Executor. You defended your ships without causing casualties, despite having the power to wipe out that entire fleet. I appreciate the restraint. As do I, Worf rumbled, and Selendes caught a note of respect in his voice. Warriors recognized warriors. Now then, Sisko continued. Shall we discuss the matter of finding your way home? I believe we have much to talk about, and given what just happened, I think it's clear that having allies as powerful as the Protoss would be advantageous for both our peoples. Selendes inclined her head. Agreed. We will speak as equals, Captain Sisko, and perhaps in time as friends. I'd like that, Sisko said with a genuine smile. Welcome to Deep Space Nine, Executor. I have a feeling this is the beginning of something important. Selendes looked around at these strange beings, so different from her people, yet somehow similar in the ways that mattered. Warriors, yes, but also seekers of peace, defenders of the innocent, those who stood against darkness. Perhaps this new universe wasn't so alien after all. Come, Sisko said. Let's move to a conference room. We have much to discuss. As they walked through the corridors of Deep Space Nine, Selendes felt something she hadn't expected: hope. They were lost. They were alone. They were impossibly far from home. But perhaps, just perhaps, they had found allies who would help them find their way. And if they couldn't return home, well, worse places existed than a universe where beings like these Federation people stood against tyranny. The Protoss had always fought for the innocent, for the weak, for those who could not defend themselves. This universe, it seemed, had plenty of that work available. For now, they would focus on finding home. But if that proved impossible, then they would make a new home here. And they would bring to this universe the honor, the strength, and the unwavering dedication to justice that defined the Protoss. Wherever there was darkness, they would bring light. Wherever there was tyranny, they would bring freedom. Wherever there was despair, they would bring hope. This was their way. This was their purpose. And nothing, not distance, not dimension, not even the vastness between universes could change that. Entero Tassadar, Selendes thought, invoking the blessing of her people's greatest hero. In honor of Tassadar, they would endure. They always had. The conference room was modest by Protoss standards. A simple chamber with a large oval table, displays on the walls showing star charts and tactical data, and a viewport looking out onto the vastness of space. Selendes could see her carrier in the distance, its golden hull catching starlight, a reassuring presence. Captain Sisko sat at the head of the table with his senior staff arrayed around him. Selendes took the opposite end, with Tyrannes and Corvishar standing guard behind her, a compromise between sitting as equals and maintaining appropriate security protocols. Before we begin, Sisko said, I should explain where exactly you are. This is the Badger system, in the Alpha Quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy. Deep Space Nine sits near a stable wormhole that connects our space to the Gamma Quadrant, essentially a shortcut through 70,000 light-years. Selendes processed this information. A wormhole. We have encountered similar phenomena, though we call them warp gates. Our own network connects distant regions of space, allowing rapid transit between worlds. But this wormhole, it is natural, mostly, Dax said. It's actually artificial, created by beings we call the prophets who exist outside normal space-time. But that's a complicated topic for another time. Beings existing outside space-time, Selendes mused. The Xel'Naga were said to have such capabilities, though they vanished long before my time. It seems some truths are universal, regardless of which universe one inhabits. Sisko leaned forward, his expression curious but measured. You mentioned earlier that you're from another universe. Can you explain what happened? How you came to be here? Selendes reached into the Kala, touching Mohendar's mind across the distance. She felt him share the sensor logs with her consciousness, and she pulled up the relevant data on the data pad she'd brought. We were engaged in combat with an enemy of my people, the Zerg. A race of biological monstrosities that exist only to consume and assimilate other species. During the battle, a spatial anomaly opened directly in our path. Before we could evade, we were pulled through. She transferred the sensor data to the Federation's computers. On the wall display, a recording played the battle, the wormhole opening, the moment of transit. O'Brien whistled low. That's no ordinary wormhole. Look at those energy readings. The subspace distortion is, Chief, I've never seen anything like this. Neither have I, Dax admitted, studying the data with intense fascination. This isn't Federation technology. It's not Kardashian, not Romulan, not Dominion. It's completely outside our experience. The way spacetime is folding here, it's not just creating a bridge between 2 points in our universe. It's creating a bridge between different universes. Can you recreate it? Selendes asked. If this anomaly can be studied, perhaps a way can be found to open a similar passage. One that would allow us to return home. Dax exchanged a glance with Cisco before responding. Maybe. But Executor, the power requirements alone would be enormous. Opening a rift between universes, that's theoretical physics at a level we've barely begun to explore. It could take years of research. Maybe decades. We have time, Corvishar said from behind Selendes, the first time either zealot had spoken. His voice through the translator was deep, resonant, carrying absolute conviction. The Protoss do not despair. We endure. If it takes 10 years or 100, we will find our way home. Admirable sentiment, Kira said. But what do you do in the meantime? You can't just sit in space waiting. Your ships will need supplies, maintenance. Your crew will need. Well, whatever your people need to survive. We are self-sufficient, Selendes replied. Our ships can synthesize most resources from raw materials, and our technology is far more durable than you might expect. The Spear of Adun has flown for centuries without dry dock maintenance. But you raise a valid point. We cannot simply wait in this system indefinitely. We require a purpose, a mission. What if, Cisco said slowly, clearly thinking through the implications as he spoke, you remained here, not just in this system but in Federation space? You could establish a presence, work with our scientists to research the wormhole phenomenon. In exchange, you'd have access to Federation resources and support. And, he hesitated and Kira picked up the thread. And the Federation would have allies with capabilities that honestly scare the hell out of most potential enemies. What you did to those Kardashian ships, disabling their shields without even damaging their hull, that's precision and power we can't match. Having friends like you would make people think twice about aggression. You want us as weapons, Selendes said flatly. No, Cisco replied firmly. I want you as allies. There's a difference. We're not asking you to fight our battles for us. We're suggesting a mutual defense pact. You help us, we help you. That's what alliances are. Selendes considered this carefully, reaching out through the kala to gauge her crew's thoughts. She felt Mohendar's cautious approval, the zealot's readiness to follow her lead, the scientist's excitement at the prospect of studying this new universe's technologies. But she also felt uncertainty. They were Protoss, warriors of Aer. Their entire identity was built around defending their homeworld, upholding the Kala, standing against the Zerg and all those who would threaten the Firstborn. Who were they if not defenders of Aer? What was their purpose in a universe where Aer didn't even exist? I must confer with my people, Selendes said. This decision affects not just me but every Protoss under my command. It is not one I can make alone. Of course, Cisco said. Take whatever time you need. However, Selendes continued, I can offer some information about our people. You have shared your knowledge of this universe with us. It is only fair we reciprocate. Bashir pulled out a medical tricorder. If you don't mind, I'd be fascinated to learn about your biology. Your physiology seems radically different from any species we've encountered. Different how? Selendes asked. Well, for starters, you're not carbon-based, Bashir said, checking his readings. At least, not in the way we understand it. Your cellular structure. I'm not even sure cells is the right word. It's like your entire body is partially energy-based. And these readings here suggest psionic activity integrated at the molecular level. You don't just use psychic powers, you're essentially made of psionic energy given physical form. An oversimplification, but essentially correct, Selendis acknowledged. My people evolved from purely physical beings into something more. We learned to harness psionic energy, and over millennia, it became part of our fundamental nature. Our bodies are sustained as much by mental focus as by biological processes. That's incredible, Dax breathed. And explains why your ship systems seem to respond to thought rather than physical controls. You're not using telepathy as a tool, it's an intrinsic part of who you are. Indeed. Which is why being severed from the Kala was so distressing. For my people, the psionic network is not optional. It is as essential as breathing is for you. To lose it is to lose part of our identity. But you still have your connection to your crew, Sisko observed. Just not to your homeworld. Correct. The Kala operates on principles I do not fully understand. I am a warrior, not a scientist. But essentially, it requires proximity and infrastructure. My crew and I remain connected because we are close. But the network that spans our empire, connecting billions of Protoss across dozens of worlds, that requires relay stations, amplifiers built into our cities and ships. Without access to those, we cannot reach beyond our immediate group, like being on an isolated computer network, O'Brien said. You can communicate with the people on your local system, but you can't access the broader internet without proper infrastructure. A crude but apt analogy, Selendis agreed. Worf spoke for the first time since the meeting began. You mentioned enemies. This, Zerg. Tell us about them. Selendis' mandibles tightened. Even speaking the name brought back memories of countless battles, worlds consumed, allies lost to the endless hunger of the swarm. The Zerg are a plague upon the galaxy. They are biological organisms, but they function more like a virus than a true species. They assimilate genetic material from other life forms, constantly evolving, constantly adapting. They exist only to consume and spread. Every world they touch becomes a hellscape of twisted organic matter. She pulled up images from her datapad, worlds in the process of being infested, creeps spreading across continents like a disease, hive structures rising from corrupted soil. Zerg bioforms, hideous amalgamations of blade and claw and fang swarming like locusts. The Federation officers looked at the images with growing horror. My God, Bashir whispered, they're like a biological Borg. What's a Borg? Selendis asked. The expressions that crossed the Federation officers' faces told her everything she needed to know about the Borg before anyone spoke. Cybernetic beings, Sisko said grimly. They assimilate other species into their collective, forcibly transforming individuals into drones with no free will. They are one of the greatest threats in our galaxy. Then we understand each other, Selendis said. The Zerg are our Borg. We have fought them for centuries, lost worlds to their hunger, watched entire civilizations fall before the swarm. And we will continue fighting them until either they are extinct or we are. Your presence here, Worf said slowly. Could the Zerg follow you through the same anomaly? Selendis felt ice in her chest. She hadn't considered that. The wormhole had closed behind them. She'd assumed it was a one-time event, a random cosmic occurrence. But what if it wasn't? What if the Zerg had caused it somehow? The swarm had access to bizarre biological capabilities, including their own method of interstellar travel through warp channels created by specialized organisms. I do not know, she admitted. We must analyze the data thoroughly. If there is even a possibility the Zerg could follow us here, we must prepare. Captain Sisko, if the swarm were to arrive in this universe, your entire galaxy would be at risk. The Zerg do not conquer. They do not negotiate. They consume everything in their path. Then that's another reason to work together, Sisko said. Shared threats create strong alliances. We have experience fighting the Borg. You have experience fighting the Zerg. Between us, we might be able to develop strategies that work against both. Selendis nodded slowly. You make a compelling argument, Captain, but I still must consult with my crew. We are Protoss. We do not make such decisions lightly. I understand. Take all the time you need. In the meantime, consider this an open invitation. You and your officers are welcome on Deep Space Nine whenever you wish. Our facilities are yours within reason. And if you need anything, supplies, technical support, just conversation, we're here. Your generosity is noted and appreciated, Selendis said, rising from her seat. I will return to my ship and convene a council. We will have an answer for you within one solar rotation. We'll be waiting, Sisko said, standing as well and extending his hand again in that odd human gesture. This time, Selendis understood it was meant as a sign of friendship. She clasped his hand, her three-fingered grip awkward but sincere. One more thing, Kira said as Selendis turned to leave. That thing you did to the Kardashian ships, the psionic storm, could you teach us to defend against it? Selendis considered. Perhaps, though I suspect your species lacks the psionic sensitivity to manifest such attacks yourselves. But defensive techniques, ways to shield the mind, those we could potentially share, if an alliance is formed. Fair enough, Kira said with a slight smile. As Selendis and her zealots prepared to transport back to their ship, she felt something, an emotion she hadn't expected. Not relief to be leaving, not suspicion of these strange aliens, but connection. Kinship almost. These Federation people, they were not so different from Protoss. They fought for what was right, protected the weak, stood against darkness. Their methods were different, their philosophy distinct from the Kala's unity. But their hearts were in the right place. Perhaps, she thought as the transporter beam took her, perhaps this universe is not so terrible a place to be lost. On the Spear of Adun, she immediately convened her senior officers in the council chamber. Through the Kala, she felt their curiosity, their opinions already forming. We have a decision to make, she said aloud, speaking for the benefit of the recording rather than necessity. The Federation offers alliance, resources, aid in our quest to return home. In exchange, we would provide our support, military if needed, but primarily as symbols of strength. Our presence would deter aggression against their territories. Can we trust them? Taranis asked. I believe so, Selendis replied. They have shown honor. When they could have treated us as threats, they instead offered hospitality. When we demonstrated our power, they did not cower or plot against us. They offered partnership. These are the actions of those who value cooperation over domination. But they are not Protoss, Corvishar pointed out. They do not share the Kala. Without that connection, how can we truly know their intentions? The Nerazim do not share the Kala either, Mohendar interjected. Yet we have learned they are still our brothers. Perhaps it is time we expanded that understanding. Unity does not require shared consciousness. It requires shared purpose. The council debated for hours, thoughts flowing rapidly through the Kala as arguments were made, countered, refined. Some argued for isolation, that the Protoss should remain separate, focused solely on finding their way home. Others suggested they should conquer this universe, claim it for themselves if return proved impossible. But most agreed with Selendis' assessment. Alliance was the wisest path. Finally, after every voice had been heard, Selendis called for a vote. It was not the Protoss way to decide by simple majority. The Kala allowed for consensus, for minds to merge until agreement emerged. And emerge it did. We will accept the Federation's offer, Selendis announced. We will work with them to find our way home. We will share knowledge, provide protection when asked, and build bridges between our peoples. And if we cannot return home," she paused, feeling the weight of what she was about to say. "If we cannot return home, then we will make a new home here. We will bring to this universe the light of Protoss honor. We will stand against darkness, protect the innocent, and prove that even lost and alone, the firstborn do not falter." Through the Kala, she felt her crew's approval wash over her like a warm wave. "In Taro Tassadar," they intoned as one. In honor of Tassadar, who had taught them that sacrifice and cooperation could save worlds. In honor of all those who had come before, who had fought and died to protect what was right. And in hope for all those who would come after, who would carry the Protoss legacy into this strange new universe. Selendis looked out at the stars, alien stars in an alien sky in a universe that was not her own. But stars were stars, and darkness was darkness, and light was light. The fundamentals did not change, regardless of which universe you called home. "Contact Captain Sisko," she ordered. "Inform him we accept his offer. The Protoss will stand with the Federation." "And if they betray us?" Tyrannes asked. Selendis' psi blades ignited with a thought, twin blades of pure golden energy crackling with barely contained power. "Then we will remind them why the Protoss have survived for millennia," she said quietly. "Through honor when possible, through strength when necessary, but always, always with the conviction that we stand on the side of light." She deactivated her blades and turned to her crew. "Prepare for long-term operations. We may be here for some time. Make this ship ready to serve as our home, and begin cultural studies of the Federation and surrounding species. If we are to be allies, we must understand those we stand beside." Orders flowed out through the Kala, tasks assigned with the fluid efficiency that only a telepathically connected crew could achieve. Somewhere on Deep Space Nine, Captain Sisko was receiving her message. Somewhere the Federation was preparing to welcome strange new allies with power beyond anything they'd encountered. And somewhere, in the dark between stars, threats lurked that neither Protoss nor Federation yet understood. But for now, in this moment, there was hope. Hope that two civilizations, separated by the vast gulfs of space and dimension, could find common ground. Hope that warriors from different universes could stand together against the darkness. Hope that home was not a place but a purpose. And purpose the Protoss had in abundance. "In Taro Adun," Selendis thought, invoking another ancient hero. In honor of Adun, who had taught the Protoss to be more than warriors, to be protectors, guardians, lights in the darkness. The mission was clear, and the Protoss always completed their missions. Always. Admiral William Ross materialized on Deep Space Nine's transporter pad with the practiced ease of someone who'd used the technology thousands of times. He was a tall man with gray hair and the kind of weathered face that came from decades of command decisions, some brilliant, some costly, all necessary. "Admiral on deck," Worf announced as Ross stepped into ops. "At ease," Ross said, waving off the formality. He looked around the operations center, taking in the controlled chaos of a station that had clearly been through something significant. Repair crews were working on damaged consoles. Medical teams were still transporting wounded to the infirmary. And through the viewport, he could see the golden hulls of Protoss vessels hanging in space like impossible dreams made real. "Captain Sisko," Ross said, extending his hand. "I came as soon as I received your report. Though I'll admit, even reading it 3 times, I'm still not sure I believe what I'm reading." "Believe it, sir," Sisko replied, shaking the Admiral's hand. "We've made first contact with a species from another universe, the Protoss, and they are remarkable." "Remarkable," Ross repeated, moving to the viewport to get a better look at the alien vessels. "That's certainly one word for it. I can think of several others. Terrifying comes to mind. Unprecedented is another." Captain, those ships, according to your sensor logs, a single one of them could take on a dozen Galaxy-class starships and win. I'm aware, sir. And they are warriors by culture. Their entire civilization is built around military strength and psionic powers we barely understand. They communicate telepathically, which means they could potentially read our thoughts, influence our decisions, maybe even control our minds. With respect, Admiral, that's not what they've done, Sisko said firmly. They've been nothing but cooperative. When they realized their telepathy was harming us, they immediately stopped. When Kardashians threatened them, they could have destroyed 6 warships but instead just disabled their shields. They've shown restraint, honor, and a genuine desire for peaceful coexistence. Ross turned from the viewport to study Sisko's face. You trust them? I do. Why? Sisko considered the question carefully. Because they're not trying to hide their power. They're not pretending to be weak or harmless. They're showing us exactly who and what they are. Warriors, yes, but warriors with a code. They fight for causes, not conquest. They protect the weak rather than exploiting them. And right now, they're lost and alone in a universe they don't understand. That makes them vulnerable even with all their strength. Vulnerable things can be dangerous, Ross pointed out. Cornered animals fight hardest. They're not animals, Admiral, they're people. Alien people with a very different culture, but still people. They have honor, loyalty, compassion. They mourn their dead and celebrate their heroes. They're not so different from us once you get past the telepathy and the energy swords. Ross smiled slightly. You've made up your mind about them. I have. And if I ordered you to ask them to leave? To tell them Federation space is closed to them. Sisko met the Admiral's eyes steadily. Then I'd respectfully request you reconsider. Sir, we have an opportunity here to make allies with a species whose technology and capabilities far exceed our own. To learn from a civilization that's fought battles we can barely imagine. To show that the Federation's ideals, cooperation, diversity, peaceful coexistence, work even across dimensional boundaries. Ross was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. I was hoping you'd say that. Because Starfleet Command agrees with you. We want an alliance with the Protoss, but we need to understand them first. Their culture, their technology, their goals. That's why I'm here, to assess whether a formal alliance is viable. You want me to facilitate cultural exchange. Exactly. Learn about them. Let them learn about us. See if our philosophies are compatible. And Captain, Ross's expression became more serious. Find out if they are planning to stay. Because if an entire fleet of warriors with firepower that exceeds anything we've encountered decides to set up permanent residence in Federation space, that's going to create complications. Understood, sir. Good. Now I believe I have a meeting scheduled with this Executor Selendes. In the wardroom. She's waiting. Ross straightened his uniform. Then let's not keep her waiting. First impressions matter, Captain, even with aliens from another universe. The wardroom had been prepared carefully for the meeting. Sisko had made sure the lighting was comfortable for Protoss visual spectrums. The chairs were sized appropriately for beings nearly 3 meters tall, and the refreshments, well, the Protoss apparently didn't eat in any conventional sense, so that part was unnecessary. Executor Selendes stood when they entered, her golden armor catching the light like a small sun. Behind her, High Templar Mohendar stood at attention. This was the first time Sisko had met the Protoss scientist, and he was struck by the being's bearing. Where Selendes radiated command authority, Mohendar seemed to embody quiet wisdom. Admiral Ross, Selendes said through her translator device, it is an honor to meet the commander of your military forces. I am Executor Selendes of the Daylom. This is High Templar Mohendar, our chief scientist and spiritual advisor. Ross extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Selendes clasped it in the human gesture of greeting. Her three-fingered grip was surprisingly gentle despite the obvious strength in her armored form. "The honor is mine, Executor. Captain Sisko speaks highly of you and your people. Captain Sisko has shown us great kindness in a time of uncertainty. We are in his debt." They sat, Selendis and Mohendar on one side of the table, Ross and Sisko on the other. It felt oddly formal, almost like a negotiation, though Sisko hoped it wouldn't come to that. "I've read the reports," Ross began, "but I'd like to hear it from you directly. Your people, the Protoss. Tell me about your civilization." Selendis was quiet for a moment, and Sisko could almost see her organizing her thoughts. Then she began to speak, her translated voice carrying a weight that suggested she was choosing her words carefully. "We are an ancient race, Admiral. Our civilization spans millennia. We have seen the rise and fall of countless species, witnessed the birth and death of stars, fought wars that would break lesser peoples. We are warriors, yes, but we are also seekers of enlightenment, builders of great works, protectors of those who cannot protect themselves. You mentioned the Kala," Ross said. "The psionic network that connects your people. Is everyone connected?" "Once, yes. All Protoss were part of the Kala. It was our greatest achievement, a network of minds that ended centuries of civil war and united our species under shared consciousness. But," she paused, "not all accepted it. The Nerazim, the Dark Templar, rejected the Kala. They severed their connection and were exiled for it. Only recently have we reconciled with them." Mohendar spoke for the first time, his voice deeper than Selendis's, resonating with a strange harmonic quality. "The Kala represents unity through shared consciousness. Every thought, every emotion, every experience is potentially accessible to all. Privacy, as you understand it, does not exist among the Kali. We are individuals, yes, but we are also part of something greater, a collective consciousness that spans worlds." Ross exchanged a glance with Sisko. "That's quite different from Federation values. We place great importance on individual privacy, on the right to keep one's thoughts private. We understand this is alien to you," Selendis said, "as your concept of isolated consciousness is alien to us. The Kala is not forced upon us. It is part of our nature, woven into our very being. To be severed from it is to be incomplete. But," she gestured to Mohendar, "we are learning. The Nerazim have shown us that other ways of being are possible, that unity need not require shared consciousness. Perhaps your Federation has lessons to teach us as well." "And what can you teach us?" Ross asked. "Discipline, focus, the ability to act as one without sacrificing individual strength. We have fought wars for longer than your species has existed. We know what it means to stand against impossible odds, and we have survived. That knowledge, that experience we can share." Ross leaned back in his chair. "Captain Sisko tells me you're looking for a way home, that you were pulled through some kind of dimensional rift." "Correct. We seek to return to our universe, to our people. But," Selendis's mandibles tightened slightly, "we understand this may not be possible. The rift that brought us here was catastrophic. Replicating it would require resources and knowledge we do not currently possess. We may be here for a very long time, perhaps permanently. And if you can't return, what then?" "Then we make a new purpose," Selendis said simply. "We are Protoss. We endure. We adapt. We survive. If this universe is to be our home, then we will defend it as we defended our own. We will stand against darkness, protect the innocent, and honor the legacy of our ancestors. This is our way. It does not change, regardless of which dimension we inhabit." Ross studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I believe you mean that, and that's encouraging. Because the Federation could use allies with your capabilities, but alliance requires trust, understanding, and time." "We have time," Mohendar said. "We have patience. We have already survived 50 million years of recorded history. We can wait as long as necessary to build proper foundation for cooperation." Then let's start building, Ross said. Here's what I propose. You and your fleet remain in this system as guests of the Federation. We'll work together to analyze the dimensional rift to see if we can find a way to send you home. In the meantime, we share knowledge, cultural exchange, scientific cooperation. Your warriors train with ours. Your scientists work with ours. We learn about each other. And in exchange, Selendis asked, in exchange, you provide consultation on military matters, advice on defensive strategies, and if a situation arises where Federation space is threatened by forces we can't handle alone, we can call on you for assistance. Not as mercenaries, as allies, partners, friends. Selendis turned to Mohinder and Cisco saw something pass between them, not words but a flow of thought through the Kala connection they shared. After a moment, Selendis nodded. We accept these terms, Admiral. But understand, we will not be your weapons. We will not fight wars of conquest or aggression. We defend. We protect. We stand against tyranny and darkness. If your enemies are such threats, we will gladly stand beside you. But we will not compromise our honor for political convenience. I wouldn't ask you to, Ross said. The Federation doesn't fight wars of conquest either. We explore. We seek peaceful contact. We defend ourselves and our allies when necessary. It sounds like our philosophies are more compatible than you might think. Perhaps they are, Selendis agreed. Captain Cisco mentioned you are a democracy, that your government is chosen by the people rather than through hereditary leadership or military might. This is interesting to us. The Protoss are led by the Conclave, our wisest and most experienced leaders, but their authority comes from respect, not force. Perhaps not so different after all. Different methods, similar goals, Cisco observed. Justice, peace, protection of the innocent. These are universal values, it seems. Indeed, Mohinder said. Perhaps that is why the Xel'Naga, our ancient creators, seeded life across so many worlds. So that beings like us, separated by vast distances and dimensions, might still find common ground in the fundamental truths of existence. Your creators, Ross asked with interest. A topic for another time, Selendis said. The Xel'Naga vanished long before my birth. Their legacy remains in our genetic code and our cultural memory, but they themselves are gone. Much like your Earth's ancient myths of gods who walked among mortals, perhaps, Ross smiled. Perhaps. Well, Executor, I think we have the beginnings of something productive here. Let's formalize this arrangement. I'll draft a preliminary agreement for Starfleet Command's approval. In the meantime, please consider Deep Space Nine your base of operations. If you need anything, supplies, technical support, just information about local space, Captain Cisco and his crew are at your disposal. Your generosity is appreciated and will be remembered, Selendis said, standing. We will prove worthy of the trust you place in us, Admiral Ross. This I swear upon the honor of the Templar. As the Protoss delegation prepared to transport back to their ship, Cisco walked with Selendis to the transporter bay. That went well, he observed. Your admiral is cautious but fair. I respect this. Caution without paranoia is the mark of a wise leader. He's been through a lot, we all have. The Dominion War cost us millions of lives. It taught us to be careful about who we trust. Selendis stopped walking and turned to face him fully. Captain Cisco. I understand you have reason to be wary of powerful newcomers, but know this. The Protoss have fought our own wars against extinction. We have lost worlds, lost entire fleets, watched allies fall and enemies triumph. We understand the cost of conflict. And we understand the value of true allies. I know, Cisco said quietly. That's why I advocated for this arrangement. You're not hiding who you are. You're not pretending to be weak or harmless. You're being honest about your capabilities and your limitations. That honesty means more than any treaty. Then we will continue to be honest. And perhaps, in time, your Federation will become more than just hosts to stranded travelers. Perhaps you will become true brothers in arms. They reached the transporter bay. As Selendi stepped onto the pad, she looked back at Cisco one more time. One question, Captain. This Dominion war you mentioned, was your victory hard won? Very. We lost millions. Entire species nearly went extinct. And there were moments when we thought we'd lose everything. But you persevered. You endured. We did. Selendi's mandibles curved in what might have been a smile. Then you understand what it means to be Protoss, to stand against impossible odds and refuse to break. We are not so different after all, Captain. The transporter beam took her and she was gone. Cisco stood alone in the transporter bay thinking about those words. We are not so different after all. Maybe they weren't. Maybe beneath the telepathy and the energy swords and the ancient warrior culture, the Protoss were just people trying to survive in a dangerous universe. Just like everyone else. He made his way back to Ops, where Ross was reviewing tactical data with Worf. Your assessment, Admiral? Cisco asked. Ross looked up from the console. I think they're exactly what they claim to be, warriors, honorable ones. And I think if we handle this right, we just gain the most powerful allies the Federation has ever had. And if we handle it wrong, then God help us all, Ross said quietly. Because I've seen the tactical analysis. If the Protoss decided to turn hostile, we couldn't stop them, not with anything we currently have, which means this alliance isn't just an opportunity, it's a necessity. We need them on our side. They're not interested in conquest, sir. I believe that. But situations change. People change. We need to make sure that when things get complicated, the Protoss still consider us friends, because the alternative is unthinkable. Cisco nodded slowly. The weight of it was settling on him now. He just helped broker an alliance with beings who could reshape the balance of power in the entire Alpha Quadrant. That was either the best decision he'd ever made, or the worst mistake in Federation history. Only time would tell which. 3 days later, the station had settled into a new rhythm. Protoss and Federation personnel moved through the corridors with increasing familiarity, the initial wariness giving way to curiosity and cautious friendship. In engineering, Chief Miles O'Brien stood staring at a Protoss power conduit like it was a religious artifact, which, in a way, it was. This is impossible, he said for the third time. The Protoss engineer, a being named Carax according to his translator, made a sound that the device interpreted as amusement. You use that word frequently, Chief O'Brien, yet here it is, functioning as designed. How can it be impossible if it exists? Because crystals don't conduct energy like this. They're insulators, not conductors. And even if they could somehow channel power, they shouldn't be able to regulate it with this level of precision. There's no circuitry, no computer controls, no feedback mechanisms. It's just crystal, and yet it's managing energy flow that would overload our best isolinear chips in microseconds. The crystals are not passive conductors, Carax explained, his translated voice carrying a patient quality. They are grown specifically for this purpose, attuned to psionic frequencies during their formation. When a Protoss channels mental focus through them, they respond. Think of them as a musical instrument. The crystal is the instrument, the psionic energy is the musician. Together they create harmony. O'Brien shook his head in wonder. So your entire power grid requires telepathy to function. Not telepathy precisely. Psionic energy. All living beings generate some level of psionic potential, you do, though yours is weak and undirected. Protoss have evolved to harness and focus this energy consciously. Our technology is built to interface with this ability. Which means, O'Brien said slowly, understanding dawning, humans can't use most of your technology, not without psionic ability. Correct. Though, Carax tilted his head thoughtfully, some of your people have potential, your Dr. Bashir, for instance. His genetics show unusual neural patterns. With training, he might develop limited psionic capability. And your commander Dax, the Trill symbiont carries genetic memory across generations. This creates psionic echoes. She could potentially learn our techniques. Fascinating, came a new voice. Jadzia Dax entered engineering, her science tricorder in hand and excitement evident on her spotted face. Did I hear you say I might be able to use Protoss technology, with proper training and discipline perhaps? The meditation techniques alone would take months to master. But yes, you have the potential. Dax's grin was luminous. When can we start? O'Brien laughed. Easy there, Dax. You've got a station to run, remember? I can delegate, Dax said absently, already examining the crystal conduit with her tricorder. Karax, these energy patterns, they're not following any known electromagnetic principles. It's like the power is being persuaded, convinced. I don't even have words for what I'm seeing. Because your language developed to describe physical forces, Karax explained. Gravity, electromagnetism, nuclear forces, but psionic energy operates on different principles. It is thought made manifest, will imposing order on chaos. Your instruments can detect the effects but not truly measure the cause. Then how do you calibrate it? O'Brien asked. How do you maintain tolerances? We don't calibrate, we attune. Each Protoss working with these systems develops a relationship with them. The crystal learns your mental signature, and you learn its resonance frequencies. Over time, you become synchronized. The technology becomes an extension of your consciousness. O'Brien looked at his own engineering console, banks of isolinear chips, plasma conduits, mechanical linkages. Compared to the elegant simplicity of the Protoss system, it looked almost primitive. Your way is more efficient, in some regards, but it requires every operator to have psionic capability. Your technology, crude as it may seem to us, can be used by anyone. That has value. Accessibility over optimization. Different philosophies, Dax observed. We build tools that anyone can use. You build tools that work best with trained specialists. Neither is wrong. They're just different approaches to the same problems. The conversation was interrupted by Selendi's entering engineering, her presence drawing immediate attention. Even after several days, her warrior's bearing and the golden glow of her armor made her impossible to ignore. Chief O'Brien, Commander Dax, I trust Karax is providing satisfactory explanations of our technology. More than satisfactory, O'Brien said. Though I have to admit, most of it is beyond my ability to replicate. The materials alone, we don't have anything like these crystals. We can provide samples, Selendi said, and instruction on their growth. It is a slow process. It takes months for a crystal to mature properly. But if your scientists are patient, you could eventually produce your own. Captain Sisko mentioned you wish to discuss technology exchange. Among other things, Dax replied. Executor, we've been analyzing your sensor logs of the dimensional rift. The data is incredible. We've never seen space-time distortion on that scale. But there's something odd about the energy signature. It doesn't match any known natural phenomenon. Meaning? Selendes asked sharply. Meaning it might have been created, or at least triggered by something. The rift didn't just spontaneously open, something caused it. And if we can figure out what, we might be able to replicate the effect. Selendes was quiet for a moment, her golden eyes distant. Through the kala, she was clearly consulting with her science team. After a moment, she nodded. High Templar Mohendar agrees with your assessment. He believes the rift was caused by an interaction between Zerg biotechnology and whatever subspace anomaly existed in that region of space. But replicating it deliberately would require energy outputs we cannot currently generate. How much energy are we talking? O'Brien asked. Selendes looked at Karax, who pulled up calculations on a Protoss datapad. Approximately 1.4 times 10 to the 44th joules, roughly equivalent to the total energy output of a small star over 10 seconds. O'Brien whistled. Yeah, we can't do that. Not even close. But theoretically, Dax said, her mind clearly racing, if we could find a way to tap that kind of power, maybe siphoning from a star or using a controlled matter-antimatter reaction on a massive scale, we could open a gateway back to your universe. In theory, Selendi said. But such an undertaking would require years of research, decades perhaps. We do not have the luxury of certainty. So what will you do? O'Brien asked. We will remain here, work with your scientists, share what knowledge we can while respecting the limitations imposed by our different biologies. And we will prepare to defend this universe if needed, because whether we return home or not, we are still Protoss. We still have a duty to stand against darkness. About that, Dax said carefully, Captain Sisko asked me to discuss training protocols with you. Specifically, whether your warriors would be willing to train with our security personnel, not to make them Protoss, that's impossible, but to teach them some of your tactics, your discipline, your methods of combat. Selendi's mandibles curved in approval. A wise request. Knowledge of war is essential to maintaining peace. We would be honored to train your warriors, though I warn you, Protoss methods are harsh. Your people may find them challenging. Major Kira served in the Bajoran resistance, Dax said with a smile. Odo is a shapeshifter who can't be hurt by conventional weapons, and Worf is Klingon. I think they can handle challenging. Then we will begin immediately. Tyrannies. Selendi's called out in her own language, then switched back to the translator. My zealot will coordinate with your security chief. We will establish training grounds on one of the cargo bays if Captain Sisko permits. I'm sure he will, Dax said. This is exactly the kind of cooperation we were hoping for. Cultural exchange, military coordination, scientific collaboration. All the foundations of a strong alliance. Indeed, Selendi's agreed. But understand, our technology, our combat techniques, our very way of thinking, these things are deeply integrated with the Kala, with psionic ability. There is a limit to how much we can share with beings who do not possess such gifts. We understand, O'Brien said. And honestly, some of your technology is so advanced we couldn't reverse engineer it even if you gave us complete schematics. The material science alone is centuries beyond us. But hybrid systems, combining the best of both our approaches, those might be possible. Hybrid systems, Karex mused. An interesting concept. Federation technology providing the baseline functionality, Protoss enhancements adding efficiency and power. Yes, this could work. Chief O'Brien, would you be interested in a collaborative project? O'Brien's eyes lit up. Would I? Absolutely. What did you have in mind? Your shield generators. They are adequate but inefficient. Much power wasted, minimal effect. If we could integrate psionic matrix nodes into your defensive systems, we could increase effectiveness by 40, perhaps 50%, without requiring extensive redesign of existing infrastructure. Enhanced shields using Protoss technology, O'Brien breathed. If we could roll that out across the fleet, Admiral Ross would kiss me. Well, metaphorically, I hope, Dax laughed. Let's start with one prototype and see if it works before we plan the fleet refit. But this is good. This is exactly what we need, practical cooperation that benefits everyone. As the engineers began discussing technical specifications, Selendi's pulled Dax aside. Commander, you mentioned interest in learning psionic techniques. This is unusual. Most beings we encounter view our mental abilities with fear or suspicion. I view them with curiosity, Dax replied. I'm a scientist, and more than that, I'm Trill. I've lived 8 lifetimes through my symbiont. I've been male and female, scientist and pilot, diplomat and soldier. I understand what it means to have multiple consciousnesses sharing one space. Your Kala doesn't frighten me, it fascinates me. Celendes regarded her thoughtfully. You are wise beyond your years, or rather, wise because of your years, all of them. Very well. I will ask High Templar Mohendar to take you as a student. He is our most skilled teacher in psionic meditation. But I warn you, the training is difficult. It requires discipline, patience, and the willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself. I'm a Starfleet officer and a scientist, Dax said with a smile. Difficult is what I do for breakfast. Then we begin tomorrow, but understand, you will never have the full ability of a Protoss. Your genetic code lacks the necessary structures, but you may develop enough sensitivity to touch the surface of what we experience, to understand if not fully participate. That's all I'm asking for, understanding. That's what this whole alliance is about, right? Understanding each other. Finding common ground despite our differences. Indeed, Celendes said, and I find I am hopeful about this arrangement. Your federation, it reminds me of what we lost when we exiled the Nerazim. Unity through diversity rather than forced conformity. Perhaps we have much to learn from you as well. They returned to the group, where O'Brien and Carax were already deep into technical discussions about shield harmonics and power distribution networks. Dax smiled, watching the easy cooperation between human and Protoss engineers. This was how alliances were really built, not through treaties and formal agreements but through personal connections. Engineers working together on shared problems, scientists exploring mysteries together, warriors training side by side, one relationship at a time, one shared goal at a time. One moment of understanding at a time. It was slow, it was messy, it would involve misunderstandings and cultural clashes and moments of frustration, but it was working. And as she watched O'Brien laugh at something Carax said, the universal translator struggling to convey what was apparently a Protoss engineering joke, Dax thought maybe, just maybe, this impossible alliance between two civilizations from different universes might actually succeed. They just had to give it time, and patience, and trust, the same things any friendship required, even friendships between warriors from the stars and explorers from a small blue planet billions of light years from home. Major Kira Nerys had seen a lot of things that shouldn't be possible during her time on Deep Space Nine. But watching a 3-meter-tall golden alien warrior meditate, while levitating half a meter off the ground, definitely made the top 10. Is this necessary? She asked Taranis, who sat, or rather floated, in the center of Cargo Bay 12, surrounded by a faint aura of psionic energy that made Kira's skin prickle. The zealot opened his eyes, 4 glowing orbs that somehow conveyed both serenity and lethal focus. Essential. Combat without discipline is chaos. Chaos leads to death. You wish to learn our ways, Major Kira. This is where we begin, with floating, with centering, with finding the still point within yourself from which all action flows. Your people fight with passion. This is admirable. But passion without control is weakness. It can be exploited, redirected, turned against you. Kira bristled at that. 16 years in the Resistance had taught her plenty about discipline. I've been in more fights than you can count. Don't lecture me about control. I have fought for 300 years, Taranis replied calmly. I have walked battlefields where the dead outnumbered stars. I have held the line against enemies that would have broken your mind to perceive. I do not lecture, I teach. There is a difference. The rebuke was gentle but firm, and Kira felt her anger deflate. He was right. She'd asked to learn Protoss combat techniques. That meant accepting that she had things to learn. Fine, she said, sitting down cross-legged on the cargo bay floor. Show me. Close your eyes. Breathe, not with your lungs alone, with your entire being. Feel the air entering, feel it cycling through your body, feel it departing. Your breath is the rhythm of existence. Find it, follow it. Kira tried, really tried, but meditation had never been her strong suit. Her mind was too active, too full of memories. The occupation, the resistance, all the people she'd lost, all the things she'd done, all the "you are thinking," Taranis observed. Thinking is not breathing. Let the thoughts come. Let them go, do not hold on to them. They are clouds passing across the sky of your consciousness. You are not the clouds, you are the sky. That's very philosophical, Kira muttered. It is truth, again. Breathe, center, find the still point. They sat in silence for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. Gradually, Kira felt something shift. Her racing thoughts began to slow. The tension in her shoulders eased. The constant background noise of anger and grief that she'd carried since the occupation began to recede. Not gone, never gone, but quieter, manageable. Better, Taranis said. You are beginning to understand. Combat is not only physical, it is mental, spiritual. The body follows where the mind leads. If your mind is chaos, your body will be chaos. If your mind is clear, your movements will be clear. He stood, or rather he flowed upward in one smooth motion that made Kira's attempt to stand look clumsy by comparison. Now, we fight, not to harm, to learn. Show me how your people move. Kira activated the training program she'd prepared, a simple holographic opponent, roughly her size and strength. She engaged it with practiced efficiency, using a combination of Bajoran martial arts and Starfleet hand-to-hand combat training. The hologram fell within 30 seconds. Effective, Taranis observed. You are skilled, but you fight as an individual. You think only of yourself and your opponent. This works when facing one enemy. But what of 5, 10, 100? Then I call for backup, Kira said with a slight smile. And if backup is not available, if you are alone, surrounded, outnumbered, what then? Then I fight as hard as I can and hope for the best. Hope, Taranis said, is not a strategy. Watch. He activated a different training program, 10 holographic opponents all attacking at once. Kira expected him to fight them sequentially, taking them down one by one using superior speed and strength. Instead, Taranis seemed to dance. His movements were not faster than the holograms. They were simpler, more efficient. He turned an opponent's attack into another opponent's defense. Used their numbers against them. Created situations where they blocked each other's attacks while he moved through the gaps like water flowing around stones. Within 45 seconds, all 10 holograms were down, and Taranis hadn't even activated his psi blades. How did you? Kira started. I did not fight 10 opponents. I fought the pattern, the shape of their movement. Whenever 3 or more beings act together, they create emergent behaviors, patterns larger than any individual. Learn to see these patterns and you can manipulate them. Your enemies become your weapons. That's actually brilliant, Kira admitted. It is necessary. The Zerg attack in swarms of thousands. We cannot simply swing harder or move faster. We must be smarter, more efficient. Every motion must serve multiple purposes. Every stance must create opportunities. This is the way of the Templar. He gestured for her to try. Kira activated the 10-opponent program and engaged. Immediately, she was overwhelmed. They came from too many directions. She could handle 2, maybe 3, but 10 was impossible. She went down hard, the holographic weapons passing harmlessly through her but the program's feedback making her stumble. Again, Taranis said simply. She tried again, failed again, and again, and again. On the 7th attempt, something clicked. She stopped trying to fight all 10. Instead, she focused on 2, the ones most threatening, used one's momentum to push him into another's attack path. Suddenly, there were only 8 effective opponents. Then 6, then 4. She still went down eventually. She was exhausted and they were holograms that never tired. But she'd lasted 2 minutes instead of 30 seconds. Better, Taranis said, and Kira heard approval in his translated voice. You are learning. The pattern is becoming visible to you. Given time, you may even achieve competence. Just competence? Kira asked, breathing hard. I have trained for 300 years and still do not claim mastery. You have trained for 3 minutes. Competence would be impressive. Despite herself, Kira laughed. Fair point. Okay, what's next? Next, we discuss faith. Kira blinked. Faith. I thought we were doing combat training. Combat training is faith training. The two are inseparable. You fight well, Major Kira, but you fight like someone who believes she is alone, like someone who carries all burdens by herself. This is the mindset of the Forsaken, not of the faithful. Kira felt something twist in her chest. He was hitting closer to truth than she'd expected. I've had complicated experiences with faith, she admitted. I believe in the prophets, the beings who created the wormhole who guide Badger. But belief and trust are different things. Believing they exist doesn't mean I think they'll save me in a fight. Nor should you. Faith is not about divine rescue. Faith is about recognizing you are part of something larger than yourself. That your actions ripple outward, touching others in ways you cannot see. That you are never truly alone even when you stand alone. The Kala, Kira said, understanding. That's what it gives you. The certainty that you're connected to others. Yes. Though I understand you cannot experience this connection as we do. But Major Kira, your people have their own form of Kala. You call it community, family, cause. You fought in the resistance not as an individual but as part of a greater whole. That connection sustained you. That faith in your people and your cause gave you strength beyond your physical limits. Kira thought about those years, the cold nights in the hills, the constant danger, the friends lost, the victories that felt like defeats and the defeats that somehow became victories. She'd never been alone. Even at her lowest, she'd carried the knowledge that she was fighting for something bigger than herself, that thousands of others were doing the same, that together they were unstoppable. We are not so different, your people and mine, Tarani said. You too are warriors of faith. You simply express it differently, but the core is the same, the understanding that we are strongest when we remember we do not fight alone. Entaro Tassadar, Kira said, testing the phrase she'd heard the Protoss use. That's what it means, isn't it? In honor of Tassadar. Remembering that you're part of a legacy. Yes, Tassadar was our greatest hero. He taught us that sacrifice and cooperation could save worlds, that reaching across divides, even to former enemies, was not weakness but strength. He died saving both Protoss and Terran from the Zerg. His example guides us still. I had a mentor like that, Kira said quietly. Shakar. He led our resistance cell, taught me everything I know about fighting, about leading, about when to push and when to show mercy. He's still alive. He's First Minister of Badger now. But his example is with me always. Then you understand what drives us, what makes us more than simple warriors. We fight not for glory or conquest. We fight to honor those who came before, to protect those who come after. This is faith. This is purpose. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, two warriors from different worlds recognizing something fundamental in each other. Thank you, Kira said, for understanding. Sometimes I feel like people here don't get it. They didn't live through the occupation. They didn't fight in the hills. They don't understand what it means to carry that history. But I do, Tarani said. We Protoss carry millennia of history, wars and losses and victories and sacrifices. We understand the weight of legacy. And we understand that sharing that weight, teaching others what we have learned, this is how civilizations survive, not through isolation, through connection. All right then, Kira said, rolling her shoulders. Show me that pattern recognition thing again. If I'm going to learn from a 300-year-old warrior, I might as well learn properly. As you wish, but first center yourself, breathe, find the still point. Combat without discipline is chaos, and chaos leads to death, Kira finished. I got it, okay, eyes closed, breathing. Finding my center. As she settled into meditation again, she felt Tarani's presence beside her, not threatening, not intrusive, just present. A reminder that even in silence, even in stillness, she wasn't alone. Maybe that was what faith really meant. Not blind belief that someone would save you, but the knowledge that you were part of something larger, that your struggles mattered, that others fought beside you even when you couldn't see them. The Kala gave the Protoss that certainty through mental connection. But humans Bajorans could find the same truth through shared purpose, shared struggle, shared hope. Entaro Shakar, Kira thought, in honor of those who taught us to fight, to endure, to never surrender. And in the silence of Cargo Bay 12, surrounded by the hum of DS9 systems and the quiet breathing of a warrior from another universe, Major Kira Nerys found something she hadn't felt in a long time: peace. The integration was going well. Too well, perhaps. Captain Sisko had learned to distrust periods of calm on Deep Space Nine. They usually meant something terrible was about to happen. He was reviewing the progress reports in his office when Dax's voice came through his comm badge with that particular tone that meant everything was about to get complicated. "Captain, we have a situation. Unknown vessels just emerged from the wormhole." Sisko was moving before she finished speaking. "On my way. Red alert. Shields up, weapons ready. How many vessels?" "Just one, sir, but it's big." He emerged into ops to find the entire staff staring at the view screen with expressions ranging from shock to horror. On the screen, emerging from the Bajoran wormhole like a nightmare-given form, was a Borg cube. "My God," Bashir whispered from his station near Medical Bay. The cube was massive, 3 kilometers on each side, a perfect geometric nightmare of metal and technology. Its surface was covered in weapons, power nodes, and the distinctive green lighting that every Federation officer had learned to fear. "Hail them," Sisko ordered, though he already knew it was futile. The response came immediately in that flat, emotionless voice that had haunted Federation nightmares for years. "We are the Borg. You will be assimilated. Resistance is futile." "I hate when they say that," O'Brien muttered. "Captain," Worf reported from Tactical, "the Borg cube is powering weapons, shields at maximum. They are on attack vector toward the station." "All hands battle stations. Get me Admiral Ross. We need reinforcements now, and someone contact the Protoss fleet." "Tell them I am already here, Captain Sisko." Selendi strode into ops with Mohendar and Taranis flanking her. She transported aboard without waiting for permission, her expression urgent. "The Borg?" Sisko asked. "We detected the vessel emerging from your wormhole. Our sensors analyzed its composition. Captain, what is that thing? It registers as partially mechanical, partially biological, and it emanates a collective consciousness unlike anything I have encountered. They are cybernetic beings. They assimilate entire civilizations, forcibly transforming individuals into drones with no free will. They adapt to every weapon we use against them. They are one of the greatest threats in the galaxy." Selendis's golden eyes widened with what might have been horror. "They consume individuality. Force beings into a collective consciousness against their will." "Exactly. Then they are abomination," she said flatly. "Perversion. The Kala is beautiful because it is chosen, because we embrace it willingly. This, forced assimilation, this is everything the Protoss stand against. It must be destroyed." "Executor, you should evacuate," Sisko said. "The Borg are incredibly dangerous. They've defeated entire fleets. I can't ask you to. You do not ask. I offer. We will not flee from this atrocity." "Captain Sisko, the Protoss have faced the Zerg, endless swarms that consume all life. We have stood against the hybrid creatures that corrupt both flesh and machine. We do not run from abominations. We destroy them." The Borg cube opened fire. The first blast tore through DS9 shields like they were paper, causing the entire station to shudder. Alarms blared. Systems overloaded. Kira was shouting reports about shield failures and hull breaches. "Return fire," Sisko ordered. Phaser arrays lit up, pounding the cube with orange energy. For a moment, the Borg shields flickered. Then they adapted, and subsequent shots splashed harmlessly against the barrier. "They're adapting to our weapons," Worf reported. "Facers ineffective, switching to photon torpedoes." Torpedoes streaked toward the cube. The first few impacted, tearing chunks from the Borg vessel's hull. But by the fourth torpedo, the Borg shields had adapted to that frequency too. "Nothing's working," O'Brien said. "They're adapting faster than we can compensate." "Executor," Sisko said urgently. "If you're going to help, now would be the time." Selendis' consciousness flashed through the Kala to her fleet. On the view screen, the Spear of Adun and its 3 void ray escorts moved from their holding position toward the Borg cube with purpose. "All vessels, engage," Selendis commanded aloud for Sisko's benefit. "Mohendar, prepare psionic storm. Target their shield generators." "As you command, Executor." The Protoss carrier opened fire with weapons that looked nothing like Federation technology. Beams of golden plasma lanced out, striking the cube. The Borg shields held for a moment, then began to buckle under the sustained assault. "They're hurting it," Dax reported with amazement. "The cube's shields are failing." "How are they doing that?" "Plasma weapons," Selendis explained. "Different energy frequency than your facers. The Borg will adapt, but it will take them time." The 3 void rays added their focused beams to the assault. The cutting rays sliced through Borg shields like hot knives through butter, carving deep gouges in the cube's hull. But the cube was adapting. Already the Protoss weapons were becoming less effective as the Borg analyzed the plasma frequencies and modified their shields. "They are learning," Mohendar observed. "Fascinating and horrifying." "Then teach them something they cannot learn," Selendis said. "Initiate psionic storm. Full power. Target the cube's surface. Eliminate the drones attempting repairs." On the view screen, space itself seemed to tear open above the Borg cube. A maelstrom of blue-white energy erupted from nothing, pure psionic force given physical form. It crashed down on the cube's surface like a tsunami of lightning. Borg drones on the hull were caught in the storm, thousands of them. Their cybernetic systems overloaded. Their collective consciousness was overwhelmed by feedback. They fell from the cube's surface, drifting into space like dead leaves. "By the prophets," Kira whispered. "It's working. The psionic attack, the Borg can't adapt to it." "Because it's not technology," Bashir said, understanding dawning. "The Borg adapt by analyzing technology, by understanding how weapons work and modifying their shields accordingly. But psionics isn't technology. It's mental energy. There's no circuit to analyze, no frequency to block." "They can't adapt because there's nothing to adapt to." "Exactly," Selendis said with grim satisfaction. "The Borg think as machines, but psionics is thought itself. They cannot shield against the very thing they are built from. Their weakness is their greatest strength, their collective consciousness." The psionic storm intensified. More drones fell. The cube's surface was being scoured clean of defenders, but the cube was not without resources. Weapons ports opened across its surface, hundreds of them. Green beams lanced out, targeting the Protoss ships with terrifying precision. "Shields holding," Selendis reported. "But they will not hold indefinitely. That vessel has power reserves beyond anything I have encountered. Mohendar, cease psionic storm. Conserve your strength. We will need it for the final assault." "Understood, Executor." The storm dissipated. For a moment there was relative quiet, just the constant exchange of weapons fire between the cube, the Protoss fleet, and DS-9 defensive arrays. Then the Borg hailed again. "Protoss vessels. Species designation, unknown. Technological distinctiveness, significant. You will be assimilated. Your biological and psionic distinctiveness will be added to our own. Resistance is futile." "They want to assimilate the Protoss," Dax said with horror. "If they capture even one Protoss, analyze their psionic abilities." They will gain access to capabilities we cannot counter, Bashir finished. Captain, we can't let them take any prisoners, not even remains. The Borg could use Protoss DNA, Protoss technology. It would make them unstoppable. Selendis' expression had gone cold. They will assimilate no one. This abomination will be destroyed. Captain Sisko, I request permission to board that vessel with my warriors. We will strike at its core, boarding a Borg cube, Sisko asked. Executor, that's suicide. They'll have thousands of drones inside, tens of thousands. And we are Templar. We have boarded Zerg hive ships, fought through hordes of biological nightmares. This is what we do, Captain. We are the Blade, and it is time to strike. On the view screen, the cube was recovering from the psionic assault, launching more drones into space to repair damage, adapting its shields further. Soon, even Protoss weapons would be ineffective. They were running out of time. Sisko made a decision. Do it. Board the cube. We'll provide covering fire. But Executor, don't let them assimilate you. Don't let them learn your secrets, if it comes down to it. I know, Selendis interrupted. If capture is imminent, I will trigger a psionic cascade that will destroy my own consciousness rather than allow the Borg to access our knowledge. This is acceptable. Some prices are worth paying. She turned to Tyrannis and Corvishar. Assemble a strike team, 20 zealots. Full combat configuration. We board in 5 minutes. Our objective, find and destroy the cube's power distribution nodes, cripple it from within. In Taro Tassadar, the zealots intoned. In Taro Tassadar, Selendis echoed. For the fallen, for the living. For all those who cannot defend themselves, we are Templar and we do not yield. She looked at Sisko one more time. If we do not return, Captain, know this, fighting beside you has been an honor. Your Federation, your ideals, they are worth defending. The Protoss will remember this alliance. Always, don't talk like you're not coming back, Sisko said. That's an order, Executor. Selendis' mandibles curved in what might have been a smile. Then I will endeavor to obey. Come, brothers. We have an abomination to destroy. The Protoss warriors transported off DS9 in flashes of golden light, their own technology, superior to Federation transporters, capable of penetrating even Borg shields through sheer power. On the view screen, golden beams began appearing inside the Borg cube. Zealots materializing in the heart of enemy territory, and the battle for Deep Space Nine entered its deadliest phase. Inside the cube, Selendis activated her psi blades. Twin arcs of golden energy crackled to life, humming with barely contained power. For Ayur, she whispered. For the Daylam. For all those who stand against darkness. Then the Borg drones came, and there was no more time for words. Only war. The interior of a Borg cube was a nightmare made real. Selendis materialized in a vast chamber that stretched in every direction, its walls covered in conduits, alcoves, and the distinctive green lighting that seemed to pulse like a diseased heartbeat. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and something organic that her translator couldn't identify. And everywhere, were Borg drones, dozens of them in this chamber alone, humanoid figures, or what had once been humanoid, covered in cybernetic implants. One eye replaced with a red laser targeting system, limbs augmented with mechanical prosthetics. Skin pale and lifeless where it showed between the technology that had consumed them. They turned as one, moving with eerie synchronization, and began advancing. Formation Korho, Selendis commanded through the Kala. Zealots, activate psi blades for Ayur, for the Templar. Charge, 20 Protoss warriors ignited their weapons simultaneously. 40 blades of pure psionic energy, golden light that hummed with power. The Zealots charged, and the chamber erupted into chaos. The first drone died before it could raise its assimilation tubules. Tyrannis' psi blade took it through the chest, the energized weapon cutting through Borg technology like it was tissue paper. The drone collapsed, sparks flying from severed systems. But there were dozens more, and they adapted quickly. The second wave of drones raised shields, personal force fields that flickered into existence just before Corvair's blade struck. The weapon was deflected, sending the zealots stumbling backward. "They're adapting," Corvair reported through the Kala. "Then we adapt faster," Selendes replied. She reached out with her mind, channeling psionic energy not into her blade but outward. A wave of mental force erupted from her, slamming into the nearest drones. Their shields did nothing. You couldn't shield against thought itself. The drones staggered, their collective consciousness momentarily disrupted. In that moment of confusion, Tarani struck. His blade found the gap between shield projectors, cutting through the drone's central processing unit. It fell. The battle became a dance of death. Zealots working in perfect coordination through the Kala, their minds linked, their movements synchronized. Where one zealot created an opening, another struck. Where drones adapted to one attack pattern, the Protoss shifted to another. But the Borg were learning, and they had numbers. "Executor," one of her warriors called through the Kala. "They're bringing reinforcements, hundreds of them, from all directions." Selendes could feel it through the Kala, the pressure of her warriors' strain. They were magnificent, each one worth 10 Borg drones. But there were thousands of drones on this cube, tens of thousands. Eventually, even Templar would fall to such overwhelming numbers. "We push forward," she commanded. "The power distribution nodes are 3 levels down. We will reach them. We will not falter." "We are Protoss, Entaro Tassadar," her warriors responded, and Selendes felt their determination surge through the shared connection. They fought their way through the chamber, leaving sparking Borg corpses in their wake, reached a vertical shaft that descended into the cube's depths. Without hesitation, Selendes leaped down, her shields absorbing the impact as she fell 3 levels in seconds. She landed in another chamber, this one filled with what looked like organic technology, pulsing tubes that carried some kind of biological fluid, nodes that throbbed like hearts, conduits that seemed more alive than mechanical. And there, in the center of it all, stood something that made even Selendes pause: the Borg Queen. She was taller than the drones, her head exposed, showing pale skin and a face that was almost beautiful in its symmetry. If you ignored the mechanical horror of her spinal column extending from her body like a serpent. Red lights glowed from her implants, and when she turned to look at Selendes, her expression was one of cold curiosity. "Protoss," the Queen said, her voice somehow both singular and plural, as if speaking with 1,000 voices at once. "Fascinating. Your biological distinctiveness is remarkable. Your psionic capabilities exceed any species we have encountered. You will make an excellent addition to the collective." "We will not be assimilated," Selendes replied, activating her psi blades. "We are not cattle to be consumed. We are Protoss, and we bow to no one. Resistance is futile. You cannot win. There are thousands of drones on this vessel. You are 20. Simple mathematics." "Mathematics," Selendes said with grim amusement, "do not account for faith, for honor, for the willingness to die rather than submit. Factors you cannot calculate, Queen, because you have forgotten what it means to be alive." She charged. On Deep Space Nine, the battle was going poorly. "Shields at 40%, Kira reported. "We can't take much more of this." The Borg cube was systematically dismantling the station's defenses. Each blast tore through weakened shields, each hit causing more damage. The Defiant, DS-9 dedicated warship, was engaging the cube alongside 3 Federation vessels that had responded to the distress call, but even combined, they were barely slowing the Borg assault. "The Protoss carrier is taking heavy fire," Worf reported. "Their shields are holding but multiple weapon impacts. They cannot sustain this indefinitely." "Where the hell are those reinforcements?" O'Brien demanded. "Admiral Ross is bringing a fleet," Dax replied, but they're still 20 minutes out. We need to hold until then. We won't last 20 minutes at this rate, Bashir said grimly, watching the casualty reports scroll across his medical station. We've already lost 2 Federation ships, the Saratoga and the Majestic, gone in seconds, just gone. Sisko gripped his command chair. They were losing. The Borg were too strong, too adaptive. The Protoss boarding party had bought them time, but not enough. Not nearly enough. Sir, Dax said suddenly, I'm detecting strange energy readings from inside the cube. Massive psionic output. It's incredible. Like a star going supernova but compressed into a single point. The Protoss, Kira breathed. They're fighting in there, against thousands of drones. Can we help them? Sisko asked. Not without boarding the cube ourselves, Worf replied. And our boarding parties would be assimilated within minutes. The Borg adaptation is too rapid. Only the Protoss psionics give them an advantage, and even that is limited. The viewscreen flickered, and suddenly they could see inside the cube. Someone had established a visual link, probably Protoss technology, superior to Federation sensors. What they saw was carnage. Zealots fighting with desperate intensity, their golden blades cutting through Borg drones like harvesting grain. But for every drone that fell, 2 more took its place. The Protoss warriors were magnificent, moving with perfect coordination, but they were being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And in the center of it all, Executor Selendis was fighting the Borg Queen herself. Inside the cube, Selendis was discovering that the Queen was far more dangerous than ordinary drones. She moved with a speed that belied her mechanical augmentation, her cybernetic arms striking with precision that spoke of centuries of combat experience. And worse, she could predict Selendis' movements, not through the Kala, but through the collective consciousness of every drone that had ever fought a warrior. The Queen had access to billions of tactical scenarios, endless permutations of combat. She was learning Selendis' style in real time. Your psionic abilities are impressive, the Queen said, dodging a blade strike that should have taken her head off. But they follow patterns. Patterns can be analyzed. Analyzed patterns can be countered. You cannot win Protoss. Your individuality makes you predictable. Then predict this, Selendis snarled, and did something no Protoss warrior should be able to do. She let go of the Kala. For 300 years she had been connected to her people's collective consciousness. Had felt the presence of billions of minds, the comfort of never being truly alone. Abandoning that connection, even temporarily, was like cutting off a limb, but it also made her unpredictable. Without the Kala guiding her movements, without the subtle influence of shared consciousness, Selendis became purely reactive, instinctive, operating on 3 centuries of muscle memory rather than coordinated strategy. The Queen's next strike missed by a centimeter. Her follow-up was blocked by a blade that came from an unexpected angle. Her tactical algorithms couldn't predict chaos. Impossible, the Queen said. You severed your connection. Why would you? Selendis' blade took the Queen's left arm off at the shoulder. Sparks flew. Nanites rushed to repair the damage, but for a critical second the Queen was off balance. Because, Selendis said, I am more than the Kala. I am more than our collective. I am Executor Selendis of the Templar. And I will not be reduced to data. She reached back through the Kala, reconnecting with her warriors. The snap of the link was like lightning through her consciousness, painful but necessary. All zealots, focus psionic energy on my position. Now, through the Kala, 20 warriors channeled their mental power towards Selendis. The psionic energy flowed through their shared consciousness, combining, amplifying, focusing into a single devastating strike. Selendis released it directly into the Queen's exposed systems. The Queen screamed, an awful sound, mechanical and organic simultaneously. Her body seized. Her connection to the collective fractured. For one eternal second, she was just an individual consciousness, isolated and alone, experiencing true separation for the first time in centuries. And in that second of vulnerability, Selendi struck the killing blow. Both psi blades drove through the Queen's central processing core. Golden energy erupted from the impact point, overloading systems, destroying neural pathways, severing the connection between organic brain and mechanical body. The Queen fell, and throughout the cube, drones began to stumble, their perfect coordination disrupted, their collective consciousness fractured without the Queen's guiding intelligence. On Deep Space Nine, alarms suddenly changed tone. "Captain," Dax shouted, "the cube, its weapons fire is becoming erratic. They are losing coordination." "The Protoss did it," Kira breathed. "They killed the Queen. The drones are losing cohesion." "Then this is our chance," Sisko said, standing. "All ships, concentrate fire on the cube's power nodes. Worf, target those weak points the Protoss exposed. Maximum intensity." The Federation fleet opened fire with renewed fury. Quantum torpedoes streaked toward the cube's damaged sections. Phaser arrays pounded exposed systems. The Protoss carrier added its plasma cannons to the assault. Without the Queen's coordination, the Borg couldn't adapt fast enough. Their shields were optimized for the wrong frequencies. Their repairs were happening in the wrong locations. They were still dangerous, still deadly, but they were no longer perfect. "The cube's shields are collapsing," O'Brien reported. "Multiple hull breaches, internal explosions, it's tearing itself apart." "Get those Protoss warriors out of there," Sisko ordered. "Dax, can you get a transporter lock through the interference?" "Negative. Too much disruption. But the Protoss have their own transport technology. They should be able to." On the view screen, golden beams of light began appearing throughout the cube. Zealots were evacuating, warping back to their carrier using their own superior technology. But one warrior wasn't moving. Selendi stood over the Queen's body, psi blades still ignited, staring at what remained of the Borg leader. Around her, drones were collapsing, their collective consciousness fragmenting without central guidance. Some were still moving, still trying to fulfill their last commands, but they were individuals now, confused, lost, almost pitiful. "Executor," Taranis' voice cut through the kala. "The cube is collapsing. We must evacuate now." "In a moment," Selendi replied. She looked at the Queen's body, at what the Borg had done to this being. Had she chosen assimilation, or had it been forced upon her like all the others? There was no way to know, but Selendi felt something. Not quite pity, but recognition. This Queen had been powerful, intelligent, worthy of respect even as an enemy. "En Taro," Selendi whispered, invoking the blessing of honor for the fallen. "Even enemies deserve that much." Then she triggered her own transport and golden light consumed her. She materialized on the bridge of the Spear of Adun just as the Borg cube's power core reached critical failure. Through the view screen, she watched as the massive vessel imploded, collapsing in on itself before exploding outward in a cascade of fire and debris. The explosion was massive, a miniature star being born and dying in seconds. The shockwave tore through space, sending debris in every direction. When the light faded, nothing remained of the cube but an expanding debris field. The Borg were gone. In Deep Space Nine's ops, a cheer went up. "They did it," Kira shouted. "The cube's destroyed, confirmed debris field, no life signs." "Casualties?" Sisko asked, his command mask never slipping despite the relief flooding through him. "Heavy," Worf reported grimly. "We lost the Saratoga and the Majestic. The Defiant took significant damage. DS-9 has multiple hull breaches, 47 wounded, 11 dead, but we survived." "And the Protoss?" Dax checked her sensors. "The Spear of Adun reports minimal damage. All boarding party members returned safely." They lost one void ray to the initial assault, but the crew evacuated before it was destroyed. "No casualties. No casualties." 20 warriors had boarded a Borg cube, fought through thousands of drones, killed the Queen, and escaped without losing a single life. They were everything Sisko had hoped for in an ally, and everything he'd feared. "Open a channel to the Spear of Adun," Sisko ordered. The view screen shifted, showing Executor Selendes on her bridge. Her armor was scorched and damaged, her movements suggested exhaustion, but her golden eyes were clear. "Captain Sisko," she said, "the abomination has been destroyed." "Thanks to you," Sisko replied. "Executor, what you and your warriors did today, boarding that cube, fighting through impossible odds, killing the Queen, that saved this station, saved thousands of lives. We're in your debt." "Debt?" Selendes' mandibles curved in what might have been amusement. "Captain, we do not fight for payment. We fight because it is right. That cube was an abomination, forcing assimilation, destroying individuality. Everything the Protoss stand against. We would have fought it regardless of alliance. Because some evils must be opposed, regardless of cost." "Even so," Sisko said, "what you did today proved something important. That our peoples can fight together, can win together, that this alliance isn't just words on a treaty but something real. Something that matters." "Indeed," Selendes agreed. "We have shed blood alongside your people, Captain. That is a bond that cannot be broken. Whatever comes next, whatever threats emerge, we will face them as allies. This I swear." "In Taro Tassadar," Sisko said, testing the phrase. Selendes' expression softened. "You honor us, Captain, in Taro Tassadar, for the fallen, for the living, for all those who stand against darkness." The transmission ended and Sisko turned to his crew. They looked exhausted, battered, but alive. And more importantly, they looked proud. They'd faced the Borg and survived. One, because of the Protoss, yes, but also because they'd fought beside them as true allies. "All hands," Sisko announced over the station-wide comm. "Stand down from red alert. Begin damage control and casualty assessment. And," he paused, "and well done. All of you. Today we proved that even against impossible odds, even against enemies that should have destroyed us, we can prevail. Not through strength alone, but through cooperation, through alliance, through standing together against the darkness." As his crew dispersed to their duties, Sisko looked out at the debris field that had once been a Borg cube. Somewhere in that wreckage were the remains of the Queen, the drones. All those assimilated beings who had finally been freed from the collective. It was a victory, but it had cost lives, Federation lives, and it raised uncomfortable questions. What if the Borg returned with more cubes? What if they adapted to Protoss psionics the way they adapted to everything else? What if this victory was just the opening battle in a war they couldn't win? But those were problems for tomorrow. Today, they had won, and that was enough. The medical bay was organized chaos. Dr. Bashir moved between patients with the efficient grace of someone who dealt with mass casualty situations too many times. Burns from plasma conduits, crush injuries from falling debris, radiation exposure from damaged systems. And worse, 3 victims of partial Borg assimilation who'd been rescued before the drones could complete the process. "How are they?" Sisko asked, entering the medical bay. Bashir looked up, his face showing the strain of the past 6 hours. "Physically, they'll survive. Removing Borg implants is difficult but possible. I've done it before. I treated some of the Enterprise crew after their encounter with the Borg years ago." "But psychologically," he gestured to one of the patients, a young ensign named Chen, who sat on a biobed staring at nothing, her expression hollow. "She was connected to the collective for approximately 4 minutes before we rescued her. 4 minutes. And in that time, she experienced the thoughts and memories of thousands of Borg drones. Felt herself becoming part of something vast and terrible. She says she can still hear them sometimes in her dreams. Still feels the echo of that connection." "Will she recover?" Sisko asked quietly. "I don't know. The psychological trauma of forced assimilation, of losing your individual identity, even temporarily, it's profound. I'm not sure anyone fully recovers from that. Sisko nodded slowly, looking at the other victims. They all had that same haunted expression. That 1,000-yard stare that came from experiencing something no being should have to experience. Do what you can for them, Doctor, and, he paused, and let me know if any of them want to talk. Sometimes it helps to know your commanding officer understands what you've been through. Were you ever assimilated, sir? No, but I've lost part of myself before. Different circumstances, but the feeling of being incomplete, of having something fundamental stolen from you, I understand that. He left Bashir to his work and made his way to the wardroom, where an emergency briefing had been called. The senior staff was already assembled, along with Executor Selendis and High Templar Mohendar. Report, Sisko ordered, taking his seat. Worf stood. The Borg cube is destroyed. Confirmed debris field. I have dispatched salvage teams to recover any intact technology for study. However, we must operate on the assumption that the Borg Collective has already transmitted all data gathered during this encounter back to the main collective. They know about the Protoss now. They know about their psionic capabilities. Which means they'll adapt, Dax said grimly. The Borg always do. Next time we face them, they'll have defenses against psionic attacks. Shields specifically designed to disrupt mental energy, drones that are resistant to psionic feedback. They'll have learned. Then we learn faster, Selendis said. This is the nature of warfare. The enemy adapts, so we adapt. The Zerg evolved for millions of years, constantly changing to counter our tactics. We survived by changing faster than they could. The same principle applies here. With respect, Executor, Bashir said, the Borg aren't biological organisms that need generations to evolve. They are cybernetic. They can update their entire collective with new defenses in hours, maybe minutes. The speed of their adaptation is unlike anything organic evolution can match. Point taken, Mohendar said thoughtfully. But there is a weakness here, one we observed during the battle. When we killed the Queen, the drones lost coordination. They became individuals, confused and disoriented. Their greatest strength, the collective consciousness, is also their greatest vulnerability. Exactly what I was thinking, O'Brien said, pulling up tactical displays. The Queen acts as a central processing node. Kill her and the whole system fragments. It's like a computer network where all the terminals are connected to one server. Take out the server and the whole network crashes. But they know that now, Kira pointed out. Next time, they'll protect the Queen better. Maybe keep her off the cube entirely, somewhere we can't reach her. Or create redundant queens, so losing one doesn't cripple the entire collective. They might, Odo said from his position near the door. The changeling had been quiet throughout the briefing, but now he stepped forward. But there's another vulnerability we should discuss. During the battle, several drones attempted to assimilate me. My God, Bashir said. Were you? I'm fine, Odo interrupted. I'm a shapeshifter. Changeling physiology doesn't work the way humanoid biology does. The Borg assimilation tubules couldn't integrate with my cellular structure. I don't have a nervous system for them to interface with, no biological processes for their nanoprobes to subvert. They tried to assimilate me and they just couldn't. It didn't work. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. You're immune, Dax breathed. Odo, you're immune to Borg assimilation. It appears so, which means theoretically I could board a Borg vessel with far less risk than anyone else in this room. I could reach areas that would be suicide for organic beings to enter. I could. Absolutely not, Sisko said firmly. Odo, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sending you on a suicide mission just because you happen to be immune to assimilation. The Borg have other ways to kill you. Disruptors, plasma weapons. They could trap you in a stasis field or transport you into space. Immunity to assimilation doesn't make you invulnerable. With respect, Captain, it makes me more capable than anyone else of infiltrating Borg systems. If we face them again, we'll plan accordingly. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, we need to focus on what we learned today and how we can use it. Agreed, Selendes said. I propose a joint tactical working group. Protoss warriors and Federation officers, analyzing the battle, identifying weaknesses in both Borg tactics and our own defensive strategies. We need to be prepared for the next encounter, because there will be a next encounter, Worf said grimly. The Borg do not forget, they do not forgive. They will return with adapted defenses and modified tactics, and they will be more dangerous than before. Then we'll be ready, Sisko said. Commander Dax, work with High Templar Mohendar on analyzing the psionic attacks that were effective. See if there's a way to enhance them or to teach basic psionic techniques to our security personnel. It won't make them Protoss, but any edge helps. On it, Dax confirmed. Chief, coordinate with Protoss engineers on developing hybrid shield systems. If we can integrate psionic matrix nodes into our defensive arrays, we might be able to create shields that adapt as quickly as the Borg do. Aye, sir. Karax and I have already discussed some preliminary designs. We should have a prototype within a week. Major Kira, work with Taranis on hand-to-hand combat training for our security teams. The Zealots proved that close-quarters combat can be effective against drones if you have the right techniques and weapons. Let's make sure our people have both. Understood, Captain. Sisko looked around the table, seeing exhaustion but also determination. They'd survived, and more importantly, they'd learned. One more thing, he said. I want to commend everyone here for their actions today. You kept your heads under impossible pressure. You adapted to rapidly changing circumstances. You worked alongside our new allies like you'd been training together for years. That's what being Starfleet is about. And I'm proud of every one of you. Captain, Selendes interjected, I would extend the same commendation to your crew on behalf of the Protoss. We have fought alongside many species. Few have shown the courage and adaptability your people demonstrated today. You are worthy allies. High praise coming from 300-year-old warriors, O'Brien muttered. It is deserved, Mohendar said. The Federation's philosophy, exploration over conquest, cooperation over domination, this is something the Protoss are still learning to embrace. You have much to teach us about unity across different species, just as we have much to teach you about warfare and discipline. Then let's keep learning from each other, Sisko said. Dismissed. Get some rest. We've all earned it. As the meeting broke up, Sisko gestured for Selendes to remain. When they were alone, he poured 2 glasses of synthehol, then realized the Protoss probably didn't drink. My apologies, he said. I should have asked if you consume liquids. We do not require sustenance in the way you do, Selendes replied. Our bodies are sustained primarily through psionic energy, supplemented by absorption of certain minerals. But I appreciate the gesture. Your people's customs of post-battle celebration are pleasant. A good way to acknowledge survival. Sisko set the glasses aside and got to the real reason he'd asked her to stay. Executor, I need to know something. When you boarded that cube when you fought the Queen, you severed your connection to the Kala. I could see it in your movements. You became unpredictable because you were operating as a complete individual for the first time. How did that feel? Selendes was quiet for a long moment. Her golden eyes seemed distant, remembering. Terrifying, she said finally, and liberating. For 300 years I have been part of the Kala, always aware of others around me, always feeling the presence of countless minds. To suddenly be alone in my own consciousness, it was like suddenly going deaf and blind. I felt diminished, incomplete, but you did it anyway, because it was necessary, because victory required I become something other than what I was, and because, she paused, Because I realized something in that moment. The Kala is beautiful, essential to who we are as Protoss, but it can also be a weakness. The Queen predicted my movements because the Kala creates patterns. Shared consciousness means shared predictability. By severing the connection, I became chaos, and chaos cannot be predicted. Will you do it again, if you face the Borg in the future, if I must? Though I hope it will not be necessary, the experience was unsettling. It made me understand why the Nerazim chose to reject the Kala, why some Protoss value individual consciousness over collective connection. I do not agree with their choice. The Kala is our greatest achievement. But I understand it now, and that understanding is valuable. You're changing, Sisko observed. Your people, I mean. This experience, being stranded in our universe, fighting beside us, facing enemies that challenge your fundamental beliefs, it's changing how you see things. Perhaps, Selendis acknowledged. The Protoss are ancient, set in our ways, but we are not inflexible. We learn, we adapt, we survive. That is why we have endured for millennia. And this alliance, this cooperation with your Federation, it is teaching us that unity can exist without uniformity. That different peoples can work together without surrendering their individual natures. That's the heart of what the Federation is, Sisko said. Humans, Vulcans, Andorians, Tellarites, Bajorans, dozens of species, all different, all maintaining their unique cultures while working toward common goals. It's messy sometimes, complicated, but it works. It does, Selendis agreed, and it works because you allow it to be messy. You do not demand perfection. You accept that different peoples will disagree, will have conflicts, will approach problems differently, and you see that diversity as strength rather than weakness. She stood, her armor still showing scorch marks from the battle. Captain Sisko, I believe this alliance between Protoss and Federation will become something extraordinary. We bring strength, discipline, ancient wisdom. You bring adaptability, innovation, and the kind of optimism that refuses to accept defeat even in the face of impossible odds. Together, we are stronger than either of us could be alone. Together, Sisko echoed. I like the sound of that. After Selendis left, Sisko remained in the wardroom, staring out at the debris field where a Borg cube had been. Somewhere out there, the Borg collective was analyzing what had happened, learning, adapting, preparing for the next encounter, but so were they. Protoss and Federation working together, sharing knowledge and tactics and strategies. The Borg had faced the Federation before and won. They'd faced the Protoss today and lost, but they'd never faced both together, and that made all the difference. Sisko allowed himself a small smile. Let the Borg adapt. Let them prepare. Let them come with modified tactics and enhanced defenses. They'd be ready, together. Allies across dimensions standing against one of the greatest threats in either universe. And they would win, again and again, for as long as it took, because that's what allies did. They stood together. They fought together. They survived together. And nothing, not even the Borg, could break that bond. 2 days after the battle, Jadzia Dax sat in a meditation chamber on the Protoss carrier, trying very hard not to think about anything. This, as it turned out, was significantly harder than it sounded. Your mind is too active, High Templar Mohendar observed from across the chamber. You are attempting to force emptiness, but emptiness cannot be forced. It must be allowed. I'm a scientist, Dax replied, keeping her eyes closed as instructed. My brain is wired to analyze, to question, to solve problems. Telling me not to think is like telling me not to breathe. Yet you must learn, if you wish to develop even basic psionic sensitivity. The foundation of all mental discipline is the ability to quiet the conscious mind and access the deeper layers of consciousness. Dax took a breath, trying again. The meditation chamber was beautiful, a circular room with crystalline walls that pulsed with soft blue light. The floor beneath her was warm and she could feel a gentle vibration like the heartbeat of the ship itself. Actually, that gave her an idea. Instead of trying to empty her mind, she focused on that vibration. Let it become her entire universe. The pulse, the rhythm, the steady, consistent throb of energy flowing through the ship systems. And slowly, something began to shift. The vibration wasn't just physical. There was something else, a presence. Not thoughts exactly, but impressions. The ship wasn't just a machine. It was alive in some fundamental way she didn't have words for. "Good," Mohinder said, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "You are beginning to feel it, the psionic resonance. Everything that exists generates mental energy. Stars, planets, living beings, even machines if they are sufficiently complex. You are learning to perceive that energy." Dax opened her eyes, and the world looked different. She could see the normal spectrum of light, yes, but overlaid on it was something else. Patterns of energy that flowed through everything. Mohinder glowed with it, his entire form surrounded by a nimbus of golden light that pulsed in rhythm with his breathing. "I can see it," she whispered. "The psionic energy, it's everywhere. Because it is everywhere. All consciousness generates it. The Protoss have simply learned to perceive and manipulate it consciously. What you are experiencing now is a fraction of what we experience constantly through the Kala. For you, it is effort. For us, it is nature." The vision faded and Dax was back to normal sight, but the memory of it remained, the sense of being connected to something vast and beautiful and fundamentally alive. "That was incredible," she breathed. "That was the first step," Mohinder corrected. "Perception. The second step is influence, learning to channel your own psionic energy outward to affect the world around you. That will take months, perhaps years, but you have potential, Commander Dax. The Trill symbiont carries memories across generations, and memory is a form of psionic resonance. You have access to 8 lifetimes of accumulated consciousness. That gives you an advantage most beings do not possess. Can I learn to do what you do? The psionic storms, the mental attacks that were so effective against the Borg?" "No," Mohinder said simply. "Those techniques require genetic structures you do not possess. Your brain lacks the neural pathways necessary for high-level psionic manipulation. But you can learn defensive techniques, ways to shield your mind from intrusion. And perhaps, with enough training, you could learn to sense psionic energy in others. That would make you valuable in detecting telepathic species or identifying psionic threats." "I'll take it," Dax said with a grin. "Being able to sense what the Protoss sense, even a fraction of it, that's incredible." Their conversation was interrupted by an alert through the ship systems. Mohinder's expression shifted immediately. "Vessels approaching," he said. "Multiple signatures, unknown configuration." "They are emerging from," he stopped, his golden eyes going wide with something that might have been recognition and fear. "What is it?" Dax asked, standing quickly. "The energy signature. I know it. Commander Dax, we must return to the bridge immediately. Something terrible has just arrived in your system." They ran through the carrier's corridors, Mohinder's long strides forcing Dax to jog to keep up. When they burst onto the bridge, Executor Selendes was already there, staring at the viewscreen with an expression of horror. On the screen, emerging from subspace distortions, were ships that looked like nothing Dax had ever seen. Organic, twisted, wrong. They were covered in what looked like purple-black chitin, with exposed muscle tissue pulsing between armored plates. Spines jutted from their hulls at random angles. And they moved with a sinuous, snake-like grace that made her skin crawl. "Zerg," Selendes whispered. "They followed us through the dimensional rift. The swarm has found us." "How many?" Dax demanded, her hand going to her comm badge. 12 Leviathans, hundreds of smaller bioforms. "And they're heading directly for Deep Space 9. Dax slapped her comm badge. "Dax to DS9, red alert, Incoming hostile fleet, they are. We see them. Sisko's voice came back, tight with tension. Dax, what the hell are we looking at? Zerg, sir. The enemy the Protoss were fighting when they came through the dimensional rift. They must have followed through the same wormhole. And Captain, the Protoss say they are worse than the Borg. In Deep Space Nine's ops, organized chaos reigned for the second time in 3 days. All hands to battle stations, Sisko commanded. Get me Admiral Ross. Contact every Federation vessel in range, and someone tell me what we're dealing with. Biological vessels, Worf reported from Tactical. Unlike anything in our database, no conventional engines, they appear to be moving through some form of organic propulsion. No shields that I can detect, but their hull composition is incredibly dense. Scans suggest armor plating grown from keratin-based compounds reinforced with metallic elements. They are living ships, Bashir said with horrified fascination from his station. Not ships carrying living beings, the ships themselves are alive. That's incredible. And terrifying. Captain, the comm officer called out. The Protoss fleet is moving to intercept. Executor Selendis is requesting permission to engage. Granted. Kira, get our defensive systems online. O'Brien, how are those enhanced shields coming? They're not tested yet, O'Brien shouted back. The prototype isn't ready for combat. It's about to get field tested anyway. Activate them. Now. The station shuddered as the first Zerg bioweapon struck. Not plasma or disruptors, but something organic. A projectile that looked like a massive spine, accelerated to relativistic speeds. It punched through the station's outer shields and embedded itself in the hull. Hull breach on level 14, Kira reported. Emergency force fields holding, more projectiles followed. Dozens of them. The Zerg were firing what looked like organic missiles, living creatures that propelled themselves toward targets before exploding in bursts of corrosive acid. They're not like the Borg, Worf observed. The Borg adapt through technology, but these Zerg, they attack like animals, pack hunters. They're trying to overwhelm us with numbers and ferocity rather than precision. Can we stop them? Sisko demanded. Unknown. But the Protoss are engaging. On the view screen, the Spear of Adun opened fire with its full arsenal. Plasma cannons tore into Zerg bioships, carving through organic armor. Psionic storms erupted across Zerg formations, and Dax could see the creatures writhing in the mental assault. But unlike the Borg, the Zerg weren't trying to assimilate. They were just trying to kill, and they were very, very good at it. A Zerg Leviathan, a massive bioship the size of a Galaxy-class starship, closed with one of the defending Federation vessels. Dozens of tentacles erupted from its sides, wrapping around the Federation ship like a kraken from ancient Earth myths. The tentacles squeezed, and the ship's hull buckled under impossible pressure. The Saratoga is being crushed, Kira shouted. They can't break free. Sisko watched in horror as the Federation ship's hull collapsed. Atmosphere vented into space. Emergency pods launched, but not enough. Not nearly enough. The Saratoga died, crushed by a living nightmare. All ships maintain distance, Sisko ordered. Do not let them close to grappling range. Concentrate fire on the largest vessels. Bring them down. But the Zerg kept coming. For every bioship destroyed, 2 more emerged from subspace. They were swarming, literally swarming, like locusts descending on a harvest. This is wrong, Bashir said, studying his readouts. Captain, they shouldn't be able to maintain this many vessels. The energy requirements alone, biological organisms need to eat, need to metabolize nutrients. These Zerg ships should be exhausting their energy reserves. But they're not slowing down. If anything, they're getting stronger. Because they're feeding, Selendis' voice cut through on an open channel. Captain Sisko, the Zerg do not simply kill, they consume. Every destroyed Federation ship, every piece of debris, the Zerg are reclaiming the biological materials. using them to spawn more units. They are a plague that feeds on death itself. Then we stop feeding them, Sisko said grimly. All ships target weapons on disabled vessels. Destroy them completely. Don't give the Zerg anything to consume. It was a brutal calculus, destroying Federation ships, ensuring no survivors could be recovered, just to deny the enemy resources. But Sisko had learned in the Dominion War that sometimes victory required terrible choices. The Protoss carrier is moving to intercept the largest Leviathan, Worf reported. Captain, they're preparing for ramming speed. Belay that, Sisko shouted into the comm. Executor, do not ram that vessel. Your carrier is the most powerful ship we have. If you destroy it, we will not be destroyed, Selendes replied calmly. Trust me, Captain, we know how to fight the Zerg. Watch and learn. The spear of Adun accelerated directly toward the largest Leviathan, and for a heart-stopping moment, Sisko thought he was about to watch an entire Protoss crew commit suicide. Then, at the last possible second, the carrier opened fire with every weapon simultaneously. Plasma cannons, particle beams, psionic storms, everything focused on a single point on the Leviathan's hull. The combined assault punched through organic armor like a lance through flesh, and the spear of Adun flew through the gap, emerging on the other side. Behind it, the Leviathan's internal organs were exposed. Its biocore, the living heart that powered the vessel, was visible. All Protoss vessels, Selendes commanded. Focus fire on the core, destroy it. The three void rays concentrated their cutting beams on the exposed core. The Leviathan thrashed, trying to protect its vulnerable center, but it was too late. The beams burned through and the biocore ruptured. The Leviathan died, not exploded, died. It went limp, drifting in space like a corpse, its tentacles slack, its weapon systems shutting down as neural pathways ceased firing. It worked, O'Brien shouted. They found the weak point. If we can expose the cores on other Leviathans. Easier said than done, Kira interrupted. We don't have the firepower to punch through their armor like the Protoss do. Our facers barely scratch them. Then we use torpedoes, Sisko decided. Quantum torpedoes, full spread, all ships concentrate fire on single targets. Worf, coordinate with the Protoss fleet. They'll expose the cores, we'll finish them. Understood. Aye, Captain. The battle became a deadly dance. Protoss vessels would engage a Leviathan, using their superior firepower to tear through armor and expose the vulnerable core. Then Federation ships would follow up with concentrated torpedo barrages, destroying the biocore before it could regenerate. It was working. Slowly, painfully, but working. The Zerg were being pushed back. But not before one of the smaller Zerg bioforms, something that looked like a cross between a wasp and a nightmare, made it through the defensive perimeter. It impacted DS-9 docking ring at full speed, and instead of exploding, it latched on. Began burrowing into the hull with mandibles that could chew through duranium like it was paper. Hull breach, Kira shouted. Docking ring section 4. The thing is inside the station. Security teams converge on that location, Sisko ordered. Odo, get down there. Stop that thing before it reaches critical systems. On my way, Odo's voice came back. But as security teams rushed to intercept the Zerg creature, reports started coming in that made Sisko's blood run cold. Captain, that thing is. It's laying eggs, dozens of them. They're hatching within seconds. We're being overrun down there. Zerg on the station. Inside DS-9, where there were civilians, families, children. This had just become personal. Odo reached docking ring section 4 to find absolute chaos. The security teams had established a defensive perimeter, but they were being pushed back by creatures that looked like they'd crawled out of humanity's darkest nightmares. Small, fast-moving things with too many legs and mandibles that dripped acid. They moved in coordinated swarms, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. And they were smart, not intelligent. These weren't thinking beings, but they had pack instincts, coordinated behavior, the kind of tactical awareness that came from millions of years of evolution as apex predators. "Hold the line," the security chief shouted, firing his phaser at the nearest creature. The beam cut through it and the thing collapsed, but 3 more took its place. Odo didn't bother with a phaser. He transformed, his body flowing from humanoid shape into something that could match the Zerg's ferocity. A mass of tentacles and blades, moving with a fluidity that biological creatures couldn't match. He tore through the first wave of Zerg, his shape-shifting form adapting to each threat. When one creature tried to bite him, his arm became a blade that severed its head. When another sprayed acid, his body hardened into an impervious shell. When a third tried to swarm him, he became a wall of spikes that impaled every attacker. "Push forward," Odo commanded, his voice distorted by his current form. "We need to reach the breach point, seal it before more of these things get in." But as they fought their way down the corridor, Odo realized something terrifying. The Zerg weren't just fighting, they were adapting, learning. The second wave attacked differently than the first, avoiding the tactics that had failed, trying new approaches. Just like the Borg adapted to technology, the Zerg were adapting to tactics, and they were doing it in real time within a single battle. "Fall back," Odo ordered. "Defensive formation. Don't give them patterns to learn from. Keep your attacks unpredictable." The security teams retreated to a more defensible position, a junction where they could cover all approaches. But the Zerg kept coming. And the eggs were still hatching, producing more and more creatures with each passing minute. They needed help. Now, as if in answer to his thought, a brilliant flash of golden light appeared behind the Zerg swarm. Tyrannes materialized, his psi blades already ignited. 2 more zealots appeared beside him, and the Protoss warriors charged without hesitation. The corridor became a slaughterhouse. Psi blades carved through Zerg bioforms like harvesting grain. Where claws and acid had threatened to overwhelm the security teams, the zealots moved through the swarm like reapers. Their movements were precise, efficient, lethal. No wasted motion, no hesitation, just brutal, perfect violence. "The breach," Tyrannes called out to Odo. "Seal it." "We will hold them." Odo transformed back to humanoid form and grabbed a pattern enhancer from one of the security officers. "O'Brien, I need an emergency force field on docking ring section 4. "Now, on it." O'Brien's voice came back through the comm, and seconds later, a shimmering energy barrier appeared across the breach. The flow of new Zerg stopped, but dozens were already inside. And they were trapped between the security teams and the zealots, cornered, desperate, and more dangerous than ever. "All units," Odo commanded. "Concentrate fire, wipe them out." The combined assault of Starfleet phasers and Protoss psi blades ended the Zerg infestation within minutes. When the last creature fell, the corridor was silent except for the heavy breathing of exhausted officers. Tyrannes deactivated his blades and turned to Odo. "You fought well, Constable. Your shapeshifting proved effective against the Zerg's adaptability. They could not learn to counter a form that constantly changes." "They're terrifying," Odo replied honestly. "Worse than the Borg in some ways. The Borg want to assimilate you. These things just want to kill you. There's no negotiation, no reasoning, no quarter given or expected." "Now you understand why the Protoss have fought them for so long," Tyrannes said. "The Zerg are not an enemy you can make peace with. They are a plague, and the only cure is eradication." On Deep Space Nine's bridge, the battle in space was reaching its climax. 8 Leviathans destroyed, Worf reported. 4 remaining, but they're breaking off. They're retreating. "Pursuing them," Selendes confirmed over the comm. "We will not allow them to escape." "The Zerg must be driven from this system completely." "Belay that," Cisco ordered. "Executor, let them go. Your ships are damaged. Your warriors are exhausted. And we've already lost too many lives today. Let them retreat." "Captain, if even one Leviathan escapes, it can spawn thousands more Zerg. They reproduce exponentially. Today's retreat becomes tomorrow's invasion." "I understand the risk, but my people are exhausted. Your people are exhausted. If we pursue now in our current condition, we might win the battle and lose more lives doing it. Or we might lose the battle entirely and lose everything. Let them go. We'll deal with them if they return." There was a long pause. Then, "As you command, Captain. Protoss fleet break off pursuit. Return to defensive positions around Deep Space Nine." The view screen showed the remaining Zerg bioships disappearing into subspace, their retreat as sudden and coordinated as their attack had been. "Status report," Cisco ordered. "Casualties are heavy." Bashir's voice came through, strained. 43 dead, over 100 wounded. We lost 2 Federation ships. The Defiant is heavily damaged. DS-9 has multiple hull breaches and will require extensive repairs. And the Protoss? 1 Void Ray destroyed. The Spear of Adun reports moderate damage but remains combat capable. Zealot casualties, 3 wounded, none killed. 3 wounded versus 43 dead. The disparity was stark. The Protoss were simply better at this, better weapons, better training, better everything. Without them, DS-9 would have been destroyed. "Captain," Dax's voice came through. "I'm back on DS-9. The Zerg are gone, but they left something behind. Biological samples, genetic material. We need to contain and study it immediately. If even a single Zerg organism is left on the station, do it," Cisco ordered. "Quarantine protocols. No one goes near that material without full biohazard protection. Bashir, you're in charge of the containment." "Understood." Cisco slumped in his command chair, the adrenaline of battle finally wearing off. 2 major attacks in 3 days. First the Borg, now the Zerg. And both times they'd survived only because of the Protoss. "Sir," Kira said quietly, "Admiral Ross is hailing. He wants a full briefing." "Put him through." Ross's face appeared on the view screen and he looked as tired as Cisco felt. "Captain, I've read the preliminary reports. Borg attacked 2 days ago. Zerg attacked today. What the hell is going on out there?" "The Protoss were right, sir. They warned us that dangerous elements from their universe might follow them through. The Zerg are one such threat, and they're every bit as dangerous as the Borg. Maybe more so in some ways. Can we defend against them? With Protoss assistance, yes. Without them," Cisco shook his head. "Without them, sir, I don't think we stand a chance. The Zerg are relentless. They adapt, they reproduce, they consume everything in their path. They are biological Borg with the ferocity of Klingons. We need the Protoss, not just as allies, as essential partners in defending this quadrant." Ross was quiet for a moment. "Then we make that alliance official. No more preliminary agreements, full treaty, technology exchange, joint defense pacts. Integrated command structures, whatever it takes to ensure the Protoss remain committed to defending Federation space." "Agreed, sir. I'll begin formal negotiations immediately." "Good. And Captain, well done. You kept the station intact against overwhelming odds. That's exemplary. Starfleet is lucky to have you." "Thank you, sir, but the credit belongs to the Protoss. Without them, you'd be dead. I understand that, but you also had the wisdom to accept their help, to build that alliance, to trust them when others might have seen only threats. That's leadership, Captain. Don't diminish it." The transmission ended and Cisco sat alone with his thoughts for a moment. They'd won. Against impossible odds, against enemies that should have destroyed them, they'd won. But the cost had been high. 43 lives, 2 ships, dozens wounded. And the knowledge that this was just the beginning. The Borg would return, adapted and prepared. The Zerg might return with larger fleets, and there were probably other threats from the Protoss universe, things they hadn't even heard of yet. that might come through that dimensional rift. But they weren't alone. They had allies now, powerful allies who'd proven they would stand beside the Federation against any threat. "Captain," Selendis' voice came through the comm, "my engineers are prepared to assist with station repairs, and I believe we need to discuss what comes next." "May I come aboard?" "Please do, Executor. We have much to discuss." When Selendis materialized in ops, her armor was scorched and damaged, but her bearing was as proud as ever. "You saved us," Cisco said simply. "Again, we owe you our lives." "You owe us nothing," Selendis replied. "We fight because it is right, because the Zerg are an abomination that must be opposed, because we have found in your Federation something we thought we had lost: purpose, direction, allies worth standing beside." "Then let's make this alliance permanent," Cisco said. "No more preliminary agreements, full treaty, the Federation and the Protoss standing together against any threat." "Entaro Tassadar," Selendis said, extending her hand in the human gesture of agreement. "For the fallen, for the living, for all those who stand against darkness." "We accept." Cisco clasped her hand, and in that moment he felt the weight of history. This was more than just a military alliance. This was the beginning of something that would change the balance of power in the entire galaxy. The Federation and the Protoss, together, against the darkness. Whatever came next, Borg, Zerg, or worse, they would face it as allies, as friends, as warriors standing side by side against the night, and they would win. Again and again, for as long as it took, because that's what allies did. They endured. The debris field where the Borg cube and Zerg bioships had been was a graveyard. Chief O'Brien watched the salvage operations from DS9 Upper Pylon, his engineering eye cataloging the remains with professional detachment, even as his heart mourned what they represented. Pieces of Federation vessels, twisted metal from ships that had contained living, breathing people just days ago. And mixed in with the familiar wreckage were things that shouldn't exist: Borg technology and Zerg biological matter, alien and wrong. "It's a mess out there," he said to no one in particular. "It is," Odo agreed from beside him. The changeling had taken to standing watch during the salvage operations, his security instincts demanding he monitor every piece of potentially dangerous material being recovered. 2 major attacks in 3 days. 43 Federation personnel dead, over 100 wounded, 2 ships lost. "If the Protoss hadn't been here, we'd all be dead," O'Brien finished bluntly. "Or worse, assimilated, consumed." "Pick your nightmare." They stood in silence for a moment, watching as a Protoss probe, a small, autonomous construction unit, worked alongside Federation salvage teams to clear debris. The probe moved with fluid grace, its psionic manipulators handling wreckage that would have required heavy equipment for humans. "They're remarkable," O'Brien admitted. "Their technology, their warriors, their ships, everything about them is just beyond us. We've been exploring space for 200 years. The Protoss have been doing it for millennia. The gap between us and them is like the gap between us and primitive cultures we've encountered," Odo said. "Yes, I've been thinking the same thing. The Protoss could conquer this entire quadrant if they wanted to. Their one carrier could probably defeat a dozen Federation vessels, and yet they choose cooperation over domination. That says something important about who they are, or about what they want from us," a new voice interjected. Both men turned to see Admiral Ross approaching, his expression thoughtful and troubled. The Admiral had returned to DS9 with a small fleet, reinforcements that had arrived too late for the battles but just in time for the cleanup. "Admiral," O'Brien acknowledged. "At ease, Chief. I'm not here for formalities. I'm here because Starfleet Command is asking questions I don't have good answers for." Ross moved to the viewport, studying the salvage operations. "The Protoss are powerful, extraordinarily so. They've proven they're willing to fight alongside us. But that kind of power, concentrated in the hands of a warrior culture we barely understand, it makes people nervous. Nervous enough to reject their alliance? Odo asked sharply. No, not that nervous. We need them, that much is clear, but nervous enough to want answers, guarantees. Some assurance that today's allies won't become tomorrow's conquerors. Ross turned to face them. So I'm conducting interviews, gathering perspectives from everyone who's worked closely with the Protoss. Chief, you've been collaborating with their engineers. What's your assessment? O'Brien considered carefully. They're honorable. That's the word that keeps coming to mind. They don't lie, they don't manipulate, they don't play political games. When they say they'll do something, they do it. When they make a promise, they keep it. That's refreshing, honestly, and a bit intimidating. How so? Because we're used to dealing with species that negotiate, that compromise, that find middle ground. The Protoss don't do that. They have rigid codes of honor, absolute principles they won't compromise. That makes them reliable allies, but it also makes them unpredictable. What happens when Federation interests conflict with Protoss honor? What happens when we need flexibility and they offer only absolutes? Ross nodded slowly. That's the concern Starfleet Command keeps raising. The Protoss are warriors first, diplomats second, if at all. Their entire civilization is built around military strength and psionic unity. That's fundamentally different from Federation values. Different doesn't mean incompatible, Odo pointed out. The Klingons are warriors. The Vulcans are rigidly logical. The Bajorans are deeply spiritual. The Federation makes room for all of these philosophies. Why not the Protoss? Because the Klingons, Vulcans, and Bajorans are from our universe, Ross said bluntly. They're known quantities. We understand their histories, their motivations, their limitations. The Protoss, they're from another dimension entirely, and they brought their enemies with them. The Borg followed them, the Zerg followed them. What else might follow? What other threats from their universe might decide this one looks appetizing? You're suggesting we reject their alliance because they are inconvenient. Odo's voice carried an edge. I'm suggesting we need to understand the full implications before we commit to a permanent alliance. The Protoss are here because they're stranded, lost. But what happens when they find a way home? Do they stay? Do they go? Do they maintain ties between universes, potentially opening a permanent gateway that brings more of their problems to our doorstep? O'Brien and Odo exchanged glances. These were valid concerns, however uncomfortable. I think, O'Brien said slowly, that we should ask the Protoss these questions directly. They value honesty. They'll appreciate straightforward concerns more than political dancing. Agreed, Ross said. Which is why I've requested a formal meeting with Executor Selendes today. And I want you both there, along with Captain Sisko and the senior staff. We need answers. And we need them before Starfleet Command makes decisions that can't be unmade. The conference room was crowded. On one side sat the Federation contingent, Admiral Ross, Captain Sisko, Major Kira, Commander Dax, Chief O'Brien, Dr. Bashir, Lieutenant Commander Worf, and Constable Odo. On the other side, the Protoss delegation, Executor Selendes, High Templar Mohendar, and Zealot Tyrannes. The contrast was striking. 8 humans and 1 changeling, 1 Klingon, and 1 Trill facing 3 towering golden warriors who represented a civilization older than human spaceflight. Thank you for meeting with us, Executor, Ross began formally. I'm here on behalf of Starfleet Command to discuss the terms of a potential formal alliance between the United Federation of Planets and the Protoss Daylom. We welcome such discussion, Selendes replied. The Protoss value clarity and directness. Speak your concerns freely, Admiral. We will answer truthfully. Ross appreciated that. No diplomatic niceties, just direct communication. First concern, power disparity. Your one carrier outguns anything in the Federation fleet. Your warriors are individually more capable than our best soldiers. Your technology is centuries, maybe millennia, beyond ours. That creates an imbalance. How do we ensure this alliance remains one of equals rather than Protoss dominance? By recognizing that power is not the only currency of value, Selendes replied immediately. You are correct. The Protoss possess superior military capabilities. But you possess something we lack, the ability to unite diverse species without forcing conformity. The Federation has achieved what the Protoss lost when we exiled the Nerazim, true acceptance of difference. Your diversity is strength. Our uniformity is limitation. An alliance between us benefits both parties. You gain military protection. We gain philosophical wisdom. Can you guarantee the Protoss won't use their military superiority to impose their will on Federation policy? No. The bluntness of the answer caught everyone off guard. I cannot guarantee something that depends on circumstances I cannot predict, Selendes continued. If Federation policy leads to actions we consider dishonorable, genocide, for instance, or the enslavement of sentient beings, we would oppose such actions regardless of alliance. The Protoss do not compromise on fundamental principles, but understand, we do not seek to control your government or dictate your choices in matters that do not violate our core values. You have the right to govern yourselves. We ask only that you do so with honor. Ross leaned back, considering. It was an honest answer, if uncomfortable. Second concern, the enemies you've brought with you. The Borg attacked because they detected your presence. The Zerg followed you through the dimensional rift. What other threats from your universe might appear in ours? This time, Mohendar answered. Unknown. The dimensional breach that brought us here was catastrophic and, we believe, unique. It should not have been possible under normal physical laws. That it occurred suggests extreme circumstances, perhaps the interaction between Zerg bioportal technology and an unstable subspace anomaly. Replicating such an event deliberately would require resources we do not possess. Random reoccurrence is statistically improbable. However, he paused. We cannot rule out the possibility that other beings from our universe, particularly those with advanced dimensional manipulation capabilities, might find their own ways to cross over. The Dark Templar, for instance, possess shadow phase technology that operates on similar principles. If they learned of our presence here, they might attempt to follow. Dark Templar, Sisko asked sharply. You've mentioned them before. Are they hostile? They are Protoss who rejected the Kala, Selendes explained. Severed their psionic connection to our collective consciousness. For centuries, we were enemies. Only recently have we reconciled. Most Nerazim would not view your universe as conquest opportunity, but not all of them have forgiven past grievances. Some still harbor resentment toward the Kali Protoss. If such individuals crossed into your universe, they might seek to undermine our alliance out of spite. So we're potentially facing not just external threats from your universe, but internal conflicts among Protoss factions. Ross's tone was sharp. Potentially, Selendes admitted. Though unlikely, the Nerazim are bound by the same codes of honor that govern all Protoss. Betraying allies would violate those codes, but I cannot speak for every individual. Some may prioritize personal vendetta over shared principle. Kira spoke up for the first time. Executor, I need to ask something that's been bothering me. Your people are warriors. Your entire culture is built around combat, strength, honor through battle. The Federation values peaceful exploration and scientific discovery. How do we reconcile those fundamentally different worldviews? By understanding that they are not as different as they appear, Taranis answered, his deep voice resonating through the translator. Major Kira, you were a resistance fighter. You know what it means to fight for something larger than yourself, to sacrifice personal safety for collective good, to stand against tyranny even when victory seems impossible. These are warrior values, but they are also your values. You fought not because you loved violence, but because you loved your people enough to protect them. This is what the Protoss do. We fight not for glory or conquest, but to defend those who cannot defend themselves. Our methods differ from yours, but our purpose is the same. Kira was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, I understand that, thank you. Bashir raised his hand slightly, like a student seeking permission to speak. May I ask about the Kala, the shared psionic consciousness? That's fascinating from a neurological perspective, but it also raises concerns about individual autonomy. If all Protoss minds are connected, how do you maintain personal identity? How do you ensure individual Protoss aren't simply absorbed into the collective? The Kala is not a hive mind, Mohinder explained. We do not lose our individuality within it. Think of it as a communal awareness. I am always me, Mohinder, High Templar, scientist, warrior. My thoughts remain my own, but I am also aware of others around me, their emotions, their general state of being. If I focus, I can communicate directly with specific individuals through the Kala, but I cannot read their deepest thoughts without permission. Privacy exists within the Kala. It simply looks different than your conception of privacy. But you can influence each other, Bashir pressed. During the battle with the Borg, we saw Protoss warriors acting in perfect coordination. That level of synchronization suggests some loss of individual autonomy. Coordination is not control, Selendi said. When warriors coordinate through the Kala, each chooses to contribute to the unified strategy. It is like your orchestra. Many musicians playing different instruments, following a shared score, creating harmony through coordination. The conductor guides but does not control. Each musician chooses to participate. So too with the Kala. Dax, who had experienced a brief connection to Protoss psionics during her training, nodded in understanding. It's beautiful, actually. I felt it during meditation with High Templar Mohinder. The sense of being part of something larger without losing who I am. It was transcendent. Ross brought the conversation back to practical concerns. Third question, commitment. If we formalize this alliance, what exactly are the Protoss willing to commit to, and for how long? We will defend Federation space from external threats, Selendi said. Provide military consultation and training. Share appropriate technology, though much of our equipment requires psionic interface and cannot be used by non-Protoss. Assist in scientific research, particularly regarding dimensional physics and psionic phenomena. In exchange, we ask for safe harbor, access to Federation resources for our own research, and the right to establish a permanent base within Federation territory. A military base, Ross clarified, with Protoss warriors, ships, and weapons. On a Federation world or station, correct. And if you find a way home, back to your universe, Selendis looked at Mohinder. Something passed between them through the Kala, a conversation happening faster than speech could convey. When she turned back to Ross, her expression was thoughtful. That is uncertain. We are still analyzing the dimensional rift data. Commander Dax has been assisting our scientists. The preliminary findings suggest that replicating the rift deliberately would require enormous energy output, equivalent to a star's total luminosity over several seconds. That level of power is beyond our current capabilities, perhaps beyond anyone's capabilities. But theoretically, with sufficient resources and years of research, we might develop the means to create a stable gateway between universes. And if you succeed, Ross pressed, do the Protoss return home? Do you maintain the alliance across dimensions? Do you open a permanent bridge that brings your entire civilization into contact with ours? I do not know, Selendis admitted. These are decisions that would require consultation with the Conclave, our ruling body, which we cannot contact from here. Speaking only for myself and those under my command, We would honor our commitments to the Federation regardless of our ability to return home. An alliance made is an alliance kept. That is the Protoss way. Sisko spoke for the first time in several minutes. Admiral, if I may, I believe we're overthinking this. The Protoss saved DS9 twice. They fought beside us against impossible odds. They've demonstrated honor, courage, and genuine concern for the lives of people they barely know. Yes, there are risks. Yes, there are unknowns. But every alliance involves risk. The question isn't whether the Protoss are perfect allies. The question is whether we trust them enough to work through the imperfections together. Well said, Captain, Ross replied. And for the record, my personal opinion aligns with yours. But I have to take these concerns back to Starfleet Command. They'll want detailed analysis, risk assessments, contingency plans. The more information we can provide, the easier it will be to get formal approval. Then ask your questions, Selendi said. We will provide whatever information we can. The Protoss do not fear scrutiny. We prefer it to false assumptions. The meeting continued for another 2 hours, covering everything from Protoss command structures to psionic safety protocols to worst-case scenarios involving Zerg infestations or Dark Templar incursions. By the end, Ross had filled 3 data pads with notes and recordings. "Thank you, Executor," he said finally. "This has been illuminating. I'll take this information back to Starfleet Command. I should have a response within a week." "We await your decision," Selendi replied. "But understand, Admiral, we will remain regardless of your answer. We are here. We are lost. We cannot leave, and we will not simply disappear. The only question is whether we work together formally or simply coexist in the same space." "Understood, an Executor." "For what it's worth, I'm going to recommend approval. The risks are real, but the benefits outweigh them. The Federation needs allies like you, especially if the Borg and Zerg are just the beginning." After the Protoss delegation left, Ross turned to Sisko. "Your honest assessment, Ben. Can we trust them?" "Yes," Sisko said without hesitation. "I've dealt with enough species to recognize sincerity. The Protoss mean what they say. They are honorable to a fault, which can be a problem, but it's a problem I'll take over treachery any day." "Agreed," Ross said. "But I need you to understand something. Starfleet Command is going to approve this alliance, but they're also going to be watching closely. The Protoss represent unprecedented power in Federation space. If anything goes wrong, if there's even a hint that they're becoming a threat rather than an asset, we'll have to respond. And that response will be unpleasant for everyone." "Understood, sir." Ross left and Sisko was alone with his senior staff. "Well," O'Brien said. "That was intense, but necessary," Dax added. "The Admiral raised valid concerns. The Protoss are powerful. If we're going to ally with them, we need to understand the risks." "I trust them," Kira said quietly. "They remind me of the Resistance. Fighting not because they want to, but because they have to, because it's right. That kind of conviction, that kind of honor, it's rare and valuable." "Agreed," Worf rumbled. "The Protoss are worthy allies. I would stand beside them in battle without hesitation." "Then let's hope Starfleet Command sees what we see," Sisko said. "Because ready or not, the Protoss are part of our reality now, and I'd much rather have them as friends than enemies." Outside the station, the salvage operations continued. Federation and Protoss working side by side to clear debris and recover what could be recovered. It was an image that would become familiar in the months ahead. 2 civilizations from different universes learning to work together, building something new from the wreckage of battle, creating an alliance that would reshape the galaxy, one salvaged piece of debris at a time. The Protoss council chamber aboard the Spear of Adun was unlike anything Dax had ever seen. It was a circular room with walls that seemed to be made of living crystal, pulsing with soft blue light that responded to the presence of Protoss within it. The floor was smooth metal, inscribed with symbols that Dax's translator identified as representing the major Protoss virtues: honor, courage, wisdom, sacrifice, unity, and arranged in a circle stood 20 Protoss warriors representing every rank and specialty aboard the carrier: zealots in their golden armor, high Templars in their ceremonial robes, engineers and scientists. Even a few probes, the autonomous construction units that somehow possessed enough consciousness to have opinions on fleet policy. Dax had been invited to observe the Council as a representative of the Federation, to understand how the Protoss made decisions that would affect the Alliance. What she witnessed was unlike any governmental process she'd encountered. The question before this council, Executor Selendis began, her mental voice rippling through the Kala to reach everyone simultaneously, is whether we accept Starfleet's offer of formal alliance. Whether we commit to remaining in this universe permanently, establishing a base within Federation territory, and dedicating our resources to defending this quadrant. This is not a decision I can make alone. It affects every warrior under my command. Therefore, we decide together. We should accept, Tarani said immediately. The Federation needs our strength. They face threats they cannot overcome alone, the Borg, the Zerg, and whatever else may emerge from the darkness. We are Protoss. We stand against such threats. This is our purpose. But this is not our home, another zealot, Corveshar, countered. Our duty is to heir to the Conclave, to the billions of Protoss in our own universe who depend on our strength. If we commit to defending this Federation, we abandon our own people. We do not abandon them, Mohendar interjected. We are separated from them by dimensional barriers we cannot cross. Not abandonment, forced separation. And in our absence, would we wish them to cease living? To cease acting with honor, or would we wish them to continue our work, defending the innocent wherever they are? We are here. These Federation people need our aid. Therefore, we aid them. This is not betrayal. This is adaptation. A female High Templar whose name translated as something like Seeker of Dawn spoke next. I have been analyzing the dimensional rift data with Commander Dax. The mathematics are daunting. To recreate the rift deliberately would require us to harness power equivalent to a star going supernova. Even if we could generate such energy, containing and directing it would require technology we do not possess. The probability of successfully returning to our universe within our lifetimes is less than 3%. The Council fell silent. Through the Kala, Dax could feel the weight of that statement settling over the Protoss consciousness. They were not going home. Not soon. Possibly not ever. Then we are exiles, one of the zealots said quietly. Cut off from the Kala network, from the Conclave, from everything we have known. What are we, separated from our people? We are still Protoss, Selendis said firmly. The Kala connects those of us aboard this fleet. We are not alone. We are together, and together we are still capable of fulfilling our purpose. We still stand against darkness. We still defend the weak. We still honor the memory of Tassadar and all those who came before us. Distance does not change who we are. Dimension does not erase our duty. But what duty do we owe to aliens? Corveshar pressed. These Federation people, they are not Protoss. They are not even from our universe. Why should we sacrifice our hope of return to defend them? Tarani stepped forward. Because it is right. Because they are sentient beings threatened by forces beyond their ability to counter. Because we have the power to protect them and therefore the obligation to do so. This is the teaching of the Kala, that those who are strong bear responsibility for those who are weak. Not because we gain anything from it, but because it is right. Besides, Mohendar added, Commander Dax's people have something to teach us, something we lost when we exiled the Nerazim. They have achieved unity through diversity. Many species, many philosophies, working together without forcing conformity. This is what the Kala was meant to create, harmony without erasing individuality. But we failed at that. We demanded uniformity. We exiled those who thought differently. The Federation has succeeded where we failed. That alone makes them worth defending and worth learning from. Another Protoss, a scientist, spoke up. There is also pragmatic consideration. If we refuse the alliance, we remain isolated in hostile space. We have one carrier, 3 void rays, fewer than 100 warriors. Against the threats we have already encountered, Borg, Zerg, potentially others, we cannot stand alone indefinitely. Alliance with the Federation provides strategic depth, support, resources we cannot generate ourselves while stranded. Survival may depend on cooperation. Survival with honor, Selendis clarified. We do not ally out of desperation alone. We ally because the Federation has proven itself worthy. They fight not for conquest but for defense. They extend hospitality to strangers. They value knowledge over ignorance, cooperation over domination. These are principles we respect. Allying with them is not compromise. It is recognition of shared values. The debate continued, thoughts flowing through the Kala faster than speech could convey. Arguments, counter-arguments, philosophical positions, practical considerations. Every voice was heard. Every perspective was considered. Dax watched in fascination. This was democracy, but not as the Federation practiced it. No voting. No majority rule. Instead, the Protoss were working toward consensus, a collective decision that emerged from the integration of all viewpoints through their shared consciousness. It was beautiful and completely alien to her experience. After what felt like hours but was probably only 40 minutes, Selendi spoke again. The question is before us. Will we accept Starfleet's offer of formal alliance? Will we commit to remaining in this universe, defending this Federation, building new purpose in the absence of the old? Silence fell over the council chamber. Through the Kala, Dax could feel something happening, a convergence of thoughts, a melding of consciousness as the Protoss reached for shared understanding. And then, as one, they spoke. We will remain. The words carried weight beyond sound. They were commitment, promise, oath. Every Protoss in that chamber was bound by them, not through compulsion but through freely given consent. Then it is decided, Selendi said. We will inform Starfleet of our acceptance. We will establish a base within Federation territory. We will honor this alliance as we honor all oaths with absolute dedication. And we will forge a new purpose here in this universe, defending these people as we would defend our own. She turned to Dax. Commander, you have witnessed our decision-making process. You have seen how Protoss determine collective action. I hope this demonstrates that we are not mindless warriors or totalitarian collective. We are individuals who choose to act as one. There is a difference. I understand, Dax said quietly, and I'm honored you let me observe this. It's remarkable, beautiful, even. The way your thoughts flow together, creating something greater than any individual perspective. That is the gift of the Kala, Mohendar said, and its burden, to be always aware of others, to never truly be alone. For some, like the Nerazim, this was unbearable. But for most of us it is sacred, the foundation of everything we are. There's just one thing I don't understand, Dax said. You're committing to stay to defend the Federation, but you're also continuing to research ways to return home. What happens if you succeed? What happens if, in 5 years or 10, you find a way to create that gateway between universes? Selendis and Mohendar exchanged glances, communicating through the Kala too quickly for Dax to follow. We do not know, Selendis admitted. That is a question we cannot answer until the situation arises. Perhaps we would return home, leaving a diplomatic delegation here to maintain the alliance. Perhaps we would maintain presence in both universes, acting as a bridge between dimensions. Perhaps we would choose to remain here permanently, having built new lives and new purposes. The answer depends on circumstances we cannot predict. But regardless, Mohinder added, we will honor our commitments. If we swear to defend the Federation, we will defend it, whether that means staying permanently or establishing permanent ties between our peoples across dimensions. An oath given is an oath kept. Always. I believe you, Dax said, and she did. There was something in the way the Protoss spoke, the absolute certainty, the lack of any deception or hedging that made belief easy. Commander Dax, Selendis said, you have been studying with High Templar Mohinder, learning psionic techniques. How goes your training? Slowly, Dax admitted. I can sense psionic energy now, feel the presence of Protoss consciousness, detect strong emotions, but actual manipulation of psionic force, that's beyond me. My neural structures just aren't built for it. But you persist anyway. Why? Because understanding is valuable even without power. If I can learn to sense what you sense, I can better understand how your people experience the universe. That makes me a better liaison, a better ally, and, she paused, and honestly, because it's fascinating. I've been a scientist for 8 lifetimes. The chance to study something genuinely new, psionic phenomena that Federation science has barely touched, that's irresistible. Curiosity as virtue, Mohinder observed. This is very Federation, very human. You seek knowledge for its own sake, not just for practical application. We Protoss are more utilitarian. We study what is useful for war, for survival, for maintaining our civilization. But perhaps we can learn from your approach. Knowledge for the joy of knowing, discovery for its own sake. These are values we have underemphasized. And we can learn from yours, Dax replied. Discipline, focus, the ability to act with absolute certainty when action is required. The Federation debates everything. Sometimes we debate when we should be acting. You act when action is needed. Both approaches have merit. Together we might find balance. Together, Selendis echoed. Yes, that is the future we are choosing, not Protoss alone, not Federation alone, but together, combined strength, shared wisdom. United purpose. She straightened, her armor gleaming in the crystal chamber's light. Commander Dax, please inform Captain Sisko that the Protoss accept Starfleet's offer. We will formalize this alliance. We will defend Federation space as we would defend Aer itself. And we will prove worthy of the trust being placed in us. I will, Dax promised. And Executor, thank you for including me in this, for trusting me to witness your decision-making process. That trust means a great deal. Trust must be mutual to have value, Selendis replied. You trusted us enough to enter your mind into connection with our psionic training, to make yourself vulnerable to abilities you do not fully understand. That trust deserves reciprocation. We trust you with knowledge of our processes. This is how alliances are built, one shared confidence at a time. As Dax prepared to transport back to DS9, she looked around the council chamber one more time. 20 Protoss warriors, bound by shared consciousness, having made a collective decision that would reshape their lives and the lives of millions across the galaxy. They were choosing to stay, to commit, to build a future in a universe that wasn't theirs. That took courage and faith. And the kind of determination that Dax suspected was universal, regardless of which dimension you called home. In Taro Tassadar, she said, testing the blessing. In Taro Tassadar, the Protoss responded as one, and Dax felt the weight of those words through the faint psionic connection her training had developed. In honor of those who came before, in commitment to those who would come after, in hope for the future they would build together. 1 week later, Dax stood in the science lab aboard DS9, staring at readings that shouldn't be possible. Run it again, she told the computer. Full analysis. Check for any computational errors. Analysis complete, the computer replied in its emotionless tone. Results consistent with previous 17 iterations. No errors detected. That's what I was afraid of, Dax muttered. High Templar Mohendar entered the lab, his presence announced by the faint psionic resonance that Dax had learned to sense during her training. "Commander Dax." "You requested my presence." "I did, because I think we've found something that changes everything." She pulled up the dimensional rift analysis on the main display. "We've been studying the wormhole that brought you here, trying to understand how it formed, whether it could be replicated." "And the answer is, maybe." Mohendar moved closer to the display, his four eyes studying the data with the intensity of a scientist who'd lived for centuries. "Explain." "The rift wasn't random. It was created by the interaction of three specific phenomena occurring simultaneously. First, a Zerg bioportal, their organic warp tunnel technology. Second, a naturally occurring subspace anomaly in that region of your universe's space. Third, and this is the key part, a massive energy discharge from the battle you were fighting. Your carrier's weapons, the Zerg bioship's attacks, all that energy concentrated in one place at one moment. The energy acted as catalyst," Mohendar said, understanding immediately. "It destabilized the subspace anomaly, which interfaced with the Zerg bioportal in unexpected ways. The combination created a dimensional breach." "Exactly. And here's the thing, we can model it. We can calculate the exact energy requirements, the precise subspace frequencies, the dimensional harmonics needed to replicate the effect. Theoretically, we could create a stable gateway between your universe and ours." Mohendar was very still. "What would be required?" Dax pulled up the power calculations. The numbers were staggering. Energy equivalent to a small star's total output over approximately 10 seconds. That's roughly 1.4 times 10 to the 44th joules. Plus incredibly precise control of subspace field geometries, dimensional phase alignment, and temporal stabilization. Impossible with current technology. Not impossible, just incredibly difficult. If we could find a way to tap stellar energy directly, maybe using a Dyson sphere design. Or artificial fusion containment on a massive scale, and if we combined Federation subspace manipulation techniques with Protoss psionic field control, and if we had years or decades to build the infrastructure. Dax trailed off. "It might work." "How long?" Mohendar asked quietly. "How many years of research and construction?" "Minimum 20 years. More realistically, 50 to 100. This would be the largest engineering project in Federation history, possibly in the history of this galaxy. We're talking about literally tearing open the fabric of reality." Mohendar turned away from the display, his crystalline neural appendages shifting in what Dax had learned was a sign of deep thought. "Commander Dax, I must ask you something. Why are you telling me this? Why not simply keep this knowledge secret? If you told us that returning home was impossible, the Protoss would have no choice but to commit fully to this universe. But by showing us this path, however difficult, you give us hope. And hope creates uncertainty. The Federation would benefit from our absolute commitment. Why risk that?" Dax met his eyes, all four of them without flinching. "Because we're allies. And allies don't lie to each other, even when the truth is inconvenient. You deserve to know that return might be possible. That a path exists, however difficult. What you do with that knowledge is your choice, but you deserve the choice." Mohendar was silent for a long moment. Then he made a sound that Dax's translator rendered as "respect granted." "You honor us with your honesty, Commander. This is why the Protoss chose to ally with the Federation, because you value truth over convenience, because you recognize that imposed loyalty is worthless, only freely chosen commitment has meaning." "So what will you do?" Dax asked. "When you tell Executor Selendis about this, when the Protoss realize they might be able to go home, will it change your decision to stay?" "That," Mohendar said, "is not a question I can answer alone. This requires counsel, consensus. Come, you should be present when we discuss this." You are part of this alliance now. Your voice should be heard. The meeting was held on DS9 this time in the main conference room. Present were the Protoss senior officers, Selendis, Mohendar, Taranis, Karax, and several others whose names Dax was still learning. On the Federation side, Captain Sisko, Commander Dax, Chief O'Brien, and Major Kira. You are certain of these calculations? Selendis asked after Dax had presented the findings. As certain as we can be without actually attempting it. The mathematics are sound. The physics are theoretically viable, but the practical challenges are enormous. 50 years, Tarani said quietly. Minimum, perhaps a century, and that assumes success, that the research proceeds without major obstacles, that the construction is completed without setback, that the activation succeeds on the first attempt. In reality, failure rates for projects of this magnitude are significant. We might spend a century trying and still fail to create a stable gateway. But we might succeed, Corvishar countered. And if we succeed, we return home, rejoin the conclave, reunite with our people, fulfill our true duty to Ayer. Our true duty, Mohendar repeated softly. But what is our true duty? To defend Ayer specifically, or to defend the innocent wherever they are. We cannot be in two places simultaneously. If we dedicate our resources to building this gateway, we have fewer resources to defend this federation. Lives will be lost here while we pursue return there. Is that acceptable? The debate that followed was intense, with philosophical and practical considerations interweaving through the Kala-linked consciousness. Dax couldn't follow all of it. The thoughts moved too quickly, concepts flowing faster than speech, but she could sense the emotional weight. These were warriors who'd been separated from home, given a chance, however slim, to return. But returning meant abandoning new allies who needed them. It was an impossible choice. Finally, Selendis raised her hand, calling for silence. "We are asking the wrong question," she said. "We are asking whether we should pursue return at the cost of defending the Federation, but that assumes we must choose one or the other." "What if we do both? How?" Sisko asked. "We commit to the Alliance, fully. We defend Federation space with all our strength. We maintain presence here, fulfill our obligations, stand against threats as we swore to do, but simultaneously we begin the research, slowly, as resources permit. A long-term project that might span decades or centuries. We pursue return not as primary goal but as secondary objective. If we succeed, wonderful. If we fail, we have still lived with honor, defending those who needed us." "That could work," O'Brien said thoughtfully. "The research alone, just the theoretical physics and engineering studies, that doesn't require huge resources. A team of scientists, some lab space, access to data. The Federation Science Council would probably support that kind of collaboration. It's only when you get to the actual construction phase that you need massive resources, and that's decades away, assuming the research pans out. And if the research does succeed," Kira asked, "if in 50 years or 100 you actually figure out how to create this gateway, what then?" Selendis looked at Mohendar, then at her assembled officers. Through the Kala, Dax sensed rapid conversation, thoughts moving faster than she could follow. Then Selendis turned back to the Federation officers. "If we succeed, if we create a stable gateway between universes, we do not simply leave. We maintain presence in both universes. Bridge between dimensions. Share knowledge, resources, mutual defense. Your Federation could access Protoss technology from our universe. We could bring reinforcements if either universe faced catastrophic threat. The gateway becomes asset for both civilizations, not just means of our escape. A permanent alliance across dimensional boundaries," Sisko said slowly. "That's unprecedented. Everything about this situation is unprecedented," Selendis replied. "We are Protoss from another universe, defending Federation space against threats that should not exist here. Conventional thinking does not apply. We must forge new paths, create new possibilities. And if the conclave disagrees, Mohinder asked, if we establish this gateway and our ruling body demands we return, abandoning this universe, then we face that decision when it comes, Selendi said. But I suspect the conclave would recognize the value of maintaining alliance. The Protoss are not isolationists. We understand the benefit of allies. A gateway to another universe with civilization we can trust, that is strategic asset beyond measure. You're assuming a lot about how your people will react, Kira pointed out. I am assuming they will act with wisdom, Selendis countered, which is all any of us can assume about our leaders. But even if I am wrong, even if the conclave demanded full withdrawal, I would advocate for maintaining the bridge, and I believe other Protoss would agree. We do not abandon allies, ever. That is not the Protoss way. Dax leaned forward. So just to be clear, you're proposing we begin long-term research into creating a dimensional gateway, with the understanding that if we succeed, the Protoss would maintain presence in both universes rather than simply leaving, correct? And in the meantime, you commit fully to defending the Federation. No holding back resources or personnel in case you need them for return, correct? And if the research fails, if we spend 50 years trying and conclude it's impossible, you accept that and fully embrace this universe as your new home, correct? Cisco looked at his officers. Reading their expressions, O'Brien looked thoughtful, Kira looked cautiously optimistic, Dax looked excited by the scientific possibilities. Admiral Ross is going to have opinions about this, Cisco said. Strong opinions, but speaking for myself, I think this is the right approach. It honors both the Protoss' need to at least try to return home and the Federation's need for committed allies. We work together on the research. If it succeeds, we benefit from a bridge between universes. If it fails, we've still built a stronger alliance through the collaborative effort. Then we are agreed, Selendi said. We commit to the Federation. We defend these people. We honor this alliance with absolute dedication. And alongside that commitment, we pursue the dream of return, not as escape from obligation but as hope for expanded cooperation. Is this acceptable? More than acceptable, Cisco replied. It's exactly what allies should do. Support each other's goals while remaining committed to shared purpose. They stood, humans and Protoss from different universes, having just made a decision that might reshape both their civilizations. En Taro Tassadar, Selendi said, extending her hand. To new beginnings, Cisco replied, clasping it. And in that moment something shifted. The alliance stopped being provisional, temporary, a matter of convenience. It became real, permanent, built on trust and shared purpose and the understanding that sometimes home wasn't a place you returned to. Sometimes home was something you built together. After the meeting, Dax found herself alone in the lab with Mohinder again. That was remarkable, she said. The way your people made that decision, choosing both options instead of forcing a binary choice. I'm not sure the Federation would have thought of that approach. You would have, Mohinder replied. Eventually, your people are clever, adaptable. You think laterally, find solutions others miss. That is your strength. Just as absolute commitment to honor is ours. Can I ask you something personal? You may ask. I may or may not answer, but you may ask. Do you think you'll ever actually return home? Be honest. 50 years minimum, probably longer, maybe never. Do you believe it will happen in your lifetime? Mohinder was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice carried weight that suggested he was sharing something he hadn't voiced before. No, I do not believe I will see Ayer again. The mathematics are too daunting. The engineering challenge is too vast, but I will pursue the research anyway, not because I expect to succeed, but because the act of trying honors those we left behind. Because maintaining hope, even impossible hope is better than accepting despair. And because, he paused, because perhaps my work will allow future generations to succeed where we failed. Perhaps Protoss born in this universe will someday create the gateway that lets them visit the universe of their ancestors. That is worth working for. Even if I never see the fruit of that labor. That's beautiful, Dax said quietly, and sad, but mostly beautiful. Such is the nature of great undertakings. We plant trees whose shade we will never enjoy. We build cathedrals we will never see completed. We begin journeys others will finish. This is how civilizations advance, through the accumulated efforts of those who came before. Then let's start, Dax said. Let's begin the research. Even if it takes 100 years, even if we fail, let's try, because allies help each other pursue their dreams. Even impossible ones. Especially impossible ones, Mohinder agreed. Those are the dreams most worth pursuing. Come, we have work to begin. An infinity ahead of us to continue it. They returned to their calculations, two scientists from different universes, working on a problem that might never be solved, but working on it anyway, because that's what hope looked like. Not certainty of success, but refusal to stop trying. 6 months after the Borg attack, the Bajoran moon of Gerado looked very different. What had once been a barren, rocky satellite, abandoned after terraforming attempts failed decades ago, now housed a structure that seemed to have grown from the moon's surface rather than being built upon it. Crystalline spires reached toward the stars, their surfaces gleaming with the distinctive gold and blue aesthetic of Protoss architecture. Energy fields shimmered between the towers, and if you looked closely, you could see the elegant script of ancient Protoss glowing along every surface. It was beautiful, and more than a little intimidating. They work fast, Major Kira observed, standing on Deep Space Nine's upper observation deck and looking down at the moon below. 6 months ago, that was empty rock. Now it looks like something from a myth. Protoss construction technology is remarkable, Chief O'Brien replied from beside her. He'd spent the last 6 months working closely with Carax and the Protoss engineering teams, and his appreciation for their methods had grown with each project. They don't build the way we do, pouring foundations, raising walls, installing systems. They grow their structures, use psionic energy to shape matter at the molecular level. A probe can create a building in hours that would take us months. It's not just a base, Commander Dax added, consulting her pad. It's a cultural center, research facility, training ground, diplomatic outpost. The Protoss designed it to serve multiple functions, maintaining their military readiness while also facilitating cooperation with the Federation. And they're actually inviting us down there, Kira asked. Opening their facility to Federation personnel, not just inviting, Dax said with a smile. Requesting. They want to formalize the cultural exchange program, assign permanent liaison officers, begin systematic training in psionic meditation for select Starfleet personnel. Dr. Bashir has been asked to establish a joint xenobiology research program. And, she grinned, they want me to serve as primary scientific liaison. Apparently, High Templar Mohinder thinks I have exceptional aptitude for dimensional research. That's wonderful, Dax, Kira said genuinely. You've been working toward this for months. The psionic training, the collaborative research, it's paying off. It is. And speaking of training, Dax turned to Kira. Tarani specifically requested you participate in the advanced meditation program. He says you've progressed beyond the basics. That you're ready for the next level. Kira felt a flush of pride. 6 months of daily meditation with the Zealot warrior had been challenging, pushing her mental and physical limits in ways resistance training never had. But it had also been transformative. She understood herself better now. Found stillness in chaos, moved with purpose rather than reaction. I'm honored, she said. Tell him I accept. Below them, a Federation shuttle departed DS-9, heading toward the Protoss base on Gerado. It carried the first group of permanent liaison officers, 7 Starfleet personnel who'd volunteered for long-term assignment working directly with the Protoss. It was happening. The alliance was becoming real, permanent, integrated into the fabric of both civilizations. On Gerado's surface, the shuttle touched down on a landing platform that adjusted itself to the vessel's dimensions, Protoss technology adapting to accommodate Federation designs. Lieutenant Commander Worf emerged first, his Klingon warrior instincts immediately assessing the base for defensive capabilities. What he saw impressed him. The crystal structures weren't just beautiful, they were strategic. Every tower provided overlapping fields of fire. Every energy barrier could be reconfigured for defense within seconds. The Protoss had built elegance and lethality into the same architecture. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Dr. Bashir said, stepping beside Worf. "Like a cathedral and a fortress had a child." "It is formidable," Worf agreed. The Protoss understand that strength and beauty are not opposites. That one enhances the other. They were met by Executor Selendes herself, flanked by 2 zealots Worf didn't recognize. The Protoss commander had changed slightly over the past 6 months. Her armor showed new engravings, her bearing suggested deeper confidence. She'd gone from stranded refugee to established leader, and it showed. "Welcome to Cordalath," Selendes said through her translator. The name was Protoss. Worf's universal translator rendered it approximately as Sanctuary of Eternal Vigilance. This base serves as permanent Protoss presence in your universe, a symbol of our commitment to defending this Federation. And a home for warriors far from their original home. "It's magnificent," Bashir said honestly. "May we tour the facilities? That is why you are here. Come, I will show you what we have built." The tour was extensive. Medical facilities where Bashir saw equipment that combined Protoss crystal technology with Federation medical databases, hybrid systems capable of treating both species. Training grounds where holographic simulations showed zealots practicing combat techniques against enemies from both universes. Borg drones, Zerg swarms, even Dominion soldiers. The Protoss had studied Federation tactical databases thoroughly. But the most impressive space was the meditation chamber. It was a vast spherical room, its walls made of living crystal that pulsed with soft light, synchronized to the rhythms of nearby Protoss consciousness. The floor was warm beneath their feet, and the air itself seemed to hum with barely perceptible energy. "This is the heart of Cordalath," Selendes explained. "Here, we connect to the Kala, maintain our shared consciousness, preserve our unity despite being cut off from the greater Protoss network. And here," she gestured to a separate section, "we will teach Federation personnel the fundamentals of psionic meditation, not to make you Protoss, but to help you understand us, to bridge the gap between our peoples." "How many students are you expecting?" Bashir asked. "Initially, 20. From various Federation backgrounds, humans, Vulcans, Betazoids, Trill, species with varying degrees of natural psionic potential. Over time, perhaps more. But we must proceed carefully. Psionic training, if done incorrectly, can cause neural damage. We will not risk your people for the sake of rapid progress." Worf studied the meditation chamber with warrior's interest. "Will this training improve combat effectiveness?" "Not directly. Psionic abilities developed through this program will be minimal compared to Protoss capabilities. Your students will learn to sense psionic energy, perhaps shield their minds from intrusion, detect strong emotions in others. But they will not manifest psionic storms or telepathic attacks. The neural structures are simply not there. But they will understand you better," Bashir observed. "Experience a taste of what it means to be Protoss. That understanding has value beyond combat." "Precisely," Selendes agreed. "Understanding builds trust. Trust enables cooperation. Cooperation creates strength beyond what either species could achieve alone. In the Protoss research laboratory, a crystalline chamber filled with holographic displays showing dimensional equations that made Bashir's head hurt. High Templar Mohendar worked alongside Commander Dax on calculations that might reshape both universes. The energy requirements remain staggering, Mohendar said, studying a model of the proposed dimensional gateway. Even with combined Federation and Protoss resources, we are decades away from practical implementation. But we're making progress, Dax replied, highlighting a section of the calculations. Look, by combining your psionic field manipulation with our subspace harmonic resonators, we've reduced the power requirement by 7%. That's significant. 7% of an impossible number is still impossible, Mohendar pointed out, but his tone carried amusement rather than discouragement. But yes, it is progress, slow progress, the kind that spans lifetimes rather than years. Do you mind that? Knowing you might never see the gateway completed. I am 347 years old, Commander. I have learned patience, and I have learned that some work is valuable regardless of whether you live to see its completion. We are planting seeds for future generations. That is enough. Dax pulled up another display, bioscan data from recent medical exchanges between Protoss and Federation doctors. Bashir sent me these. He's been studying Protoss cellular structure, trying to understand how your psionic abilities integrate with your biology at the genetic level. He thinks there might be ways to enhance latent psionic potential in some species through targeted gene therapy. Genetic modification. Mohendar's tone became cautious. That is ethically complex territory. The Protoss were created by the Xel'Naga, our ancient progenitors, who modified our genetic code to enhance psionic capability. We did not choose this. It was imposed upon us. I would not wish to impose similar modification on others without their fully informed consent. Bashir agrees. He's not suggesting forced enhancement, but some people, like me, might choose augmentation if it meant developing stronger psionic abilities. The chance to experience what you experience, to touch the Kala even briefly. Some would find that valuable enough to accept the risks. Perhaps, Mohendar said thoughtfully, but such decisions must be made carefully with full understanding of consequences. Psionic ability is not simply power, it is responsibility, connection, the inability to ever truly be alone. Some beings would find that liberation, others would find it prison, like the Nerazim, the Dark Templar who rejected the Kala. Exactly. They chose isolation over connection, and we exiled them for it, believing their choice was betrayal. We were wrong. There is no single correct way to experience consciousness. Your Federation understands this. We are still learning. They worked in companionable silence for a while, equations flowing across holographic displays, two scientists from different universes pursuing knowledge that might unite those universes permanently. Finally, Dax spoke. Can I ask you something personal? You may ask. Do you regret it, coming here, being stranded in our universe? Mohendar was quiet for a long moment, his crystalline neural appendages shifting in the way that indicated deep thought. Yes and no, he said finally. I regret being separated from the billions of Protoss I will never touch through the Kala again. I regret the knowledge lost, projects I was working on, research that will now never be completed. I regret not saying proper farewells to colleagues, to students I was teaching, to the conclave members I served. But, he gestured around the laboratory at the base outside at Deep Space Nine hanging in orbit above them. I do not regret what we have found here. Purpose. Allies. New perspectives that challenge assumptions we held for millennia. The opportunity to prove that Protoss principles, honor, courage, protection of the weak, these transcend dimensions, that we can stand for what is right regardless of which universe we inhabit. That's beautiful, Dax said quietly. That is truth, and truth, Commander, is always beautiful, even when it is also painful. In the training grounds, Major Kira faced Tyrannes in a sparring match that would have been unthinkable 6 months ago. The Zealot moved with fluid grace, his psi blades deactivated, but his movements still demonstrating the lethal precision of 300 years of combat experience. Kira responded with techniques she'd learned from him, not trying to match his speed or strength, but using positioning, timing, efficiency of motion. She lasted 43 seconds before Tyrannes' blade hand touched her throat in the gesture that indicated killing blow. Better, he said, stepping back. 3 months ago you would have fallen in 20 seconds. You are learning to see the pattern, to move with the flow rather than against it. I'm still losing, Kira pointed out, breathing hard. Because I have 300 years of experience and you have 6 months of training. The fact that you last 43 seconds is remarkable. In time, you might even land a blow on me. Might, I said might. I am still Zealot. You are still human. There are limits to what training can overcome, but within those limits, you are approaching mastery. They moved to the meditation section of the training ground, a quiet space with cushions arranged in a circle. Other students were there, some Starfleet officers Kira recognized, others civilians who'd volunteered for the cultural exchange program. Today, Tyrannes began, addressing the group, we discuss faith, not your faith or our faith, but the concept itself. What it means to believe in something larger than yourself, to trust in forces you cannot see or fully understand. Major Kira, you are Bajoran. Your people have strong faith in the prophets. Please explain. Kira felt momentarily put on the spot, but Tyrannes had been preparing her for this. The prophets are beings who exist outside normal time, she began. They created the Bajoran wormhole, and Bajorans believe they have guided our people for millennia. Faith in the prophets isn't about worship. It's about understanding we're part of something larger. That our actions matter in ways we can't always see, that we're connected to a greater purpose. And how is this different from the Kala? One of the other students asked. Tyrannes answered. The prophets, as Major Kira describes them, are external to Bajorans. Separate beings providing guidance from outside. The Kala is internal, connection between Protoss minds. We do not worship the Kala. We Areth Kala. It is the network of our collective consciousness. But the principle is similar, understanding that you are part of something larger than yourself. That you are never truly alone. What about people who don't believe in gods or psychic networks? Another student challenged. What about those who see themselves as purely individual? Then they are missing fundamental truth, Tyrannes said simply. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you are connected to others. Every action creates ripples. Every choice affects more than just yourself. You can deny this connection, refuse to recognize it, but it exists regardless. Faith is simply choosing to embrace that connection consciously rather than stumbling through it blindly. Kira nodded. In the Resistance, we had faith in each other, not in gods or psychic powers, just in the certainty that we were fighting together, that someone had our backs, that our sacrifice mattered, that faith sustained us when logic said we should surrender. It gave us strength beyond our physical limits. This is what warriors understand, Tyrannes said. Faith is not weakness or delusion. It is source of power. The certainty that you fight for something worth dying for. The knowledge that your death would have meaning. This is why Protoss invoke Entaro Tassadar, in honor of Tassadar. He sacrificed himself to save both Protoss and Terran from the Zerg. His faith in the rightness of that sacrifice gave him strength to do what was necessary. His example gives us strength to do the same. And the prophets give Bajorans similar strength, Kira added. The knowledge that we're part of a greater plan, that suffering has purpose. That freedom is worth any price. Different source, same result. strength to endure impossible circumstances. The discussion continued for another hour, with students sharing their own experiences of faith, some religious, some philosophical, some purely personal, but all describing the same fundamental truth, that believing in something larger than yourself provided strength that pure individualism could not. When the session ended, Kira approached Taranis privately. "Thank you," she said, "for including me in this. For letting me share Bajoran perspectives alongside Protoss teachings. We learn from each other," Taranis replied. "That is the value of alliance, not just military cooperation, but genuine exchange of wisdom. You teach us about faith that does not require shared consciousness. We teach you about connection that transcends verbal communication. Together, we understand truth neither of us could grasp alone." "In Taro Tassadar," Kira said and meant it. "In Taro Tassadar," Taranis echoed. "And to the prophets as well, may all sources of strength be honored." In Chief O'Brien's workshop, a hybrid space combining Starfleet engineering and Protoss technology, something remarkable was taking shape. "Just a little to the left," O'Brien directed, and Karax adjusted the psionic matrix node with microscopic precision. They were building the prototype, a Federation shield generator enhanced with Protoss psionic technology. 6 months of theoretical work was finally becoming physical reality. "Alignment optimal," Karax reported. "Crystalline resonance frequencies synchronized. We are ready for initial power-up test." "Right," O'Brien said, activating his comm badge. "Captain, we're ready for the shield test. Request permission to proceed." "Granted," Sisko's voice came back. "All stations are clear. Fire when ready, Chief." O'Brien looked at Karax. Together, the Protoss engineer agreed. They activated the prototype simultaneously, O'Brien engaging the Federation power systems, Karax channeling psionic energy through the crystal matrix. The shield generator hummed to life, and around the test frame a barrier flickered into existence. But this wasn't a normal Federation shield. It shimmered with colors that shouldn't be possible, blues and golds that seemed to shift and flow like liquid light. And the readings. "By the prophets," O'Brien breathed. "Look at these numbers. Shield strength is 43% higher than baseline Federation specs. Power consumption is actually lower than normal. Recharge rate after impact is twice as fast. This is incredible. The psionic matrix creates harmonic resonance with the shield frequency," Karax explained. "It amplifies and stabilizes the protective field while reducing energy waste. Federation technology provides the foundation. Protoss enhancement optimizes what is already present." "Can we scale this up?" O'Brien asked, his mind already racing through applications. "Install it on DS9, on Starfleet vessels. Theoretically, yes, but it requires psionic interface. Each shield generator would need regular maintenance from Protoss engineers or Federation personnel trained in basic psionic manipulation. The crystal matrices must be attuned, realigned, kept in harmony. This is not install and forget technology, but it's worth it. 43% improvement. That could mean the difference between survival and destruction in combat." "Agreed. I will begin drafting production specifications for Starfleet engineers, and I will train Federation personnel in basic crystal maintenance procedures. This technology should benefit all our allies, not just those with Protoss engineers available." O'Brien grinned. "You know what this means, don't you? This is the first major hybrid technology. Proof that Federation and Protoss engineering can combine to create something neither could achieve alone." "It is symbol," Karax agreed. "Physical manifestation of our alliance. 2 civilizations working together, creating something new. Something better." They worked late into the night, refining the prototype, documenting procedures, preparing for the formal presentation to Starfleet Command. And as they worked, O'Brien reflected on how much had changed. 6 months ago, the Protoss had been strangers from another dimension. Powerful, dangerous, incomprehensible. Now they were colleagues, friends, partners in creation. That was worth more than any shield generator. Late that night, in Captain Sisko's office aboard Deep Space Nine, a private meeting took place that would shape the Alliance's future. Executor Selendi sat across from Sisko, her golden armor gleaming in the soft lighting. No other witnesses, no recorders, just two leaders discussing truths too sensitive for public knowledge. "Captain Sisko," Selendi began, "I must share information with you. Information that may disturb, but which you have right to know. As allies, we owe each other honesty, even when that honesty is uncomfortable." "I'm listening," Sisko said, his command instincts immediately alerting him that this was serious. "The Borg you faced are not the only threat in existence. Not even the most dangerous. I have hesitated to speak of this, hoping it would prove unnecessary. But I can no longer justify withholding information that may be critical to Federation survival." She pulled up a holographic display, images from Protoss databases showing creatures that made Sisko's skin crawl. Biological nightmares. Twisted amalgamations of insect and claw and fang swarming across worlds like locusts. "The Zerg," Selendi said. "The endless swarm, the plague that consumes all life. We have fought them for centuries, lost entire worlds to their hunger, watched civilizations fall before their relentless advance. They are biological perfection optimized for one purpose: consumption and assimilation of all other life. You mentioned them before," Sisko said, "when you first arrived, but you said they were unlikely to follow you through the dimensional rift. I said it was statistically improbable. Not impossible, and recent analysis suggests I may have been overly optimistic." She pulled up more data, readings from the dimensional rift that had brought the Protoss to this universe. Commander Dax and High Templar Mohendar have been studying the anomaly. They have found evidence that the Zerg were attempting to use their own bioportal technology at the moment the rift opened. The interaction between Zerg biowarp and the dimensional breach may have created resonance, a pathway that the Zerg could potentially trace back to its source. Sisko felt cold settle in his chest. "You're saying the Zerg might follow you here." "I am saying they already followed us here. The Zerg attacked 6 months ago. Those were scouts. Testing this universe, assessing its viability as feeding ground. They were repelled, yes, but the Zerg do not give up. They evolve, adapt, learn. If they have determined this universe is vulnerable, they will return, with larger forces, more advanced bioforms. And they will not stop until every world in your galaxy is consumed." "My God," Sisko whispered, "how do we stop them?" "You do not stop the Zerg. You slow them, contain them, fight them to a standstill, but they cannot be reasoned with, cannot be negotiated with, cannot be convinced to leave peacefully. They exist only to consume and reproduce. Every planet they infest becomes Zerg breeding ground. Every organism they consume adds to their biomass, which they use to spawn more Zerg. They are exponential threat. The longer they remain unchallenged, the stronger they become. And the Protoss have been fighting them for centuries. How have you survived? Through constant vigilance. Superior technology. Psionic capabilities the Zerg cannot match. And," Selendi paused, her mandibles tightening, "through sacrifices we pray you never need to make. We have burned entire worlds to deny them to the Zerg, destroyed colonies to contain infestations, lost billions of lives in conflicts that span star systems. The war against the Zerg is not battle to be won. It is eternal struggle to prevent their victory." Sisko stood, pacing his office, processing the implications. "Does Starfleet know about this? About the full extent of the Zerg threat?" "Admiral Ross has been briefed on the basics. But I have not shared the full scope. The centuries of warfare, the world's lost, the true scale of the Zerg swarm. I feared such information would create panic, undermine the alliance before it was fully established. But that was wrong. You deserve to know what you may face. What can we do to prepare? Establish containment protocols. If Zerg are detected on any Federation world, that world must be quarantined immediately. No ships leave. No trade. Complete isolation until the infestation is confirmed eradicated. The Zerg spread through biological contact. A single organism escaping quarantine can seed entire planets. You must be ruthless in containment, or the infestation becomes uncontainable. We're not in the habit of quarantining entire worlds based on suspicion. Then you must develop that habit. Or you will lose worlds, perhaps entire sectors. Selendis' tone was firm. Captain, I understand this violates Federation principles, but the Zerg do not care about principles. They care only about biomass to consume. You must be willing to sacrifice the few to save the many. This is the terrible mathematics of fighting the Zerg. Cisco was quiet for a long moment. Then, is there anything else I should know? Any other threats from your universe that might cross over? Potentially, yes. The Dark Templar, Protoss who rejected the Kala, they possess dimensional phase technology. If they learned of our presence here and chose to follow, they could potentially create their own pathway between universes. Most Nerazim would not view this as opportunity for conquest. But some still harbor resentment toward the Kali Protoss. Toward me specifically, as I once enforced the exile that separated our peoples. If such individuals crossed over, they might seek to undermine this alliance out of spite. Would they work with our enemies, the Dominion? The Kardashians? Unknown. The Nerazim are bound by honor, same as all Protoss, but their interpretation of honor differs from ours. They might view alliance with your enemies as justified vengeance for past wrongs, or they might remain neutral, or they might even oppose us directly. I cannot predict individual actions across an entire faction, so we might face hostile Protoss. It is possible, not probable but possible. You should be aware of the risk. Cisco returned to his seat, studying Selendis carefully. Why are you telling me this now, after 6 months? Why not when we first formed the alliance? Because 6 months ago you were strangers, potential allies, yes, but unproven. Now you are proven. You fought beside us against the Borg and Zerg, shared resources, knowledge, trust. You have earned the right to know the full truth about what this alliance may cost. And, she hesitated, and I have grown to respect you, Captain Cisco, respect your judgment, your wisdom, your willingness to make difficult decisions when necessary. You deserve honesty from me. Complete honesty. I appreciate that, Cisco said quietly, and I'll make sure Starfleet Command receives full briefing on the Zerg threat. We'll develop containment protocols, prepare for the possibility of major infestation. And, he met her eyes, and we'll stand with you against them. Just like you stood with us against the Borg, that's what allies do. In Taro Tassadar, Selendis said, extending her hand. Cisco clasped it. For the future. Together. After Selendis left, Cisco sat alone in his office for a long time, staring at the holographic images of Zerg bioforms she'd left on his display. The Borg were terrifying because they stole your individuality, turned you into a drone serving the collective. The Zerg were terrifying because they simply consumed you. No assimilation, no conversion, just biomass to be harvested and reprocessed into more Zerg. And the Federation had just learned both threats existed. Both might return. Both required preparation that would strain resources and test principles. But they weren't alone. They had the Protoss, warriors who'd fought these enemies for centuries and survived. Together, they might just endure whatever was coming. Together, they would have to. Because the alternative was unthinkable. 3 months later, the Joint Federation Protoss patrol encountered something extraordinary. The patrol consisted of 2 vessels, the USS Defiant, commanded by Commander Worf, and a Protoss Void Ray designated Taldarim's Fury under the command of Zealot Corvishar. They were conducting routine sweep of the Bajoran sector when sensors detected unusual subspace distortions near an uninhabited system. Reading multiple warp signatures, reported the Defiant's tactical officer. Configuration suggests Cardassian vessels, 3 of them, and they're firing on something. On the view screen, the scene became clear. 3 Cardassian warships were engaged in combat with what looked like a small, heavily damaged civilian transport. The transport's shields were failing, atmosphere venting from multiple hull breaches. "This is Commander Worf of the Federation starship Defiant to Cardassian vessels. Cease fire immediately. That transport is not a military target." The Cardassian response was immediate and hostile. "Federation vessel, this does not concern you. The transport is carrying political dissidents who have committed crimes against the Cardassian Union. We are authorized to use deadly force." "That transport is in Federation space," Worf replied coldly. "You have no jurisdiction here. Stand down or we will interpret your continued aggression as an act of war. You are outnumbered and outgunned, Commander. Your one ship cannot." "He is not alone," Corvishar's voice cut through on the open channel. The Protoss Void Ray moved into position alongside the Defiant, its weapons powering up with a distinctive hum that even the Cardassians recognized as dangerous. "The Protoss stand with the Federation. You have 5 seconds to withdraw before we demonstrate why that should concern you." The Cardassian commander was clearly doing rapid threat assessment. 3 Cardassian warships versus 1 Federation vessel and 1 Protoss ship. The math seemed to favor the Cardassians. Until they remembered what had happened to the 6 Cardassian ships that had threatened the Protoss 6 months earlier. "We withdraw," the Cardassian commander said finally. "But know this, those dissidents are enemies of the state. Harboring them is an act of hostility." "Noted," Worf said. "Now leave before I become hostile." The Cardassian vessels retreated and Worf immediately contacted the damaged transport. "This is Commander Worf. We are here to assist. Please respond." The response was weak, static-filled. "Federation vessel, thank the prophets. We have 37 refugees aboard. Bajorans fleeing Cardassian persecution. Our engines are failing. Life support is critical. We need immediate evacuation." "Understood. Prepare for emergency beam out. We will transport your people to the Defiant and take your vessel in tow." The rescue operation was swift and efficient. Within minutes, 37 refugees were aboard the Defiant, frightened, exhausted, but alive. The damaged transport was secured in a tractor beam, ready to be towed back to Deep Space Nine for repairs. "Well executed," Corvishar said over the comm. "Your tactical response was appropriate, decisive but not unnecessarily aggressive. You honored both Federation principles and warrior pragmatism." "As did you," Worf replied. "Your arrival prevented unnecessary bloodshed. The Cardassians would not have backed down from the Defiant alone. Then we are effective together, as allies should be." 6 hours later, aboard Deep Space Nine, Captain Sisko stood in the docking bay as the refugees disembarked from the Defiant. They looked like resistance fighters from decades past, worn, determined, carrying the weight of escape and survival. Some were injured. All were grateful. Captain Sisko, the leader of the refugees, said, a woman whose name was Kesha Nur. "Thank you. Without your intervention, without the Protoss, we would all be dead." "You're safe now," Sisko assured her. "You're in Federation space. The Cardassians have no authority here. Will you grant us asylum?" "We cannot return to Cardassian territory. They will execute us for sedition. We'll need to process your applications through proper channels, but yes, I expect asylum will be granted. Major Kira will help coordinate your settlement." In the meantime, you're welcome to stay on Deep Space Nine. As the refugees dispersed to temporary quarters, Executor Selendes approached Sisko. An efficient rescue, she observed. Minimal violence. Optimal outcome. Your Commander Worf and Zealot Corveshar worked well together. They did, Sisko agreed. This is what the Alliance is supposed to look like. Not just fighting major threats like the Borg, but standing together in smaller moments, protecting the vulnerable. Defending the principles both our civilizations value. Indeed. And Captain, I wish to propose something. A permanent joint patrol program. Protoss and Federation vessels working together on regular security sweeps throughout the Bajoran sector. Not just during crises, but as standard operating procedure. Coordinated defense. Shared responsibility. I'll need to clear it with Starfleet Command, but I support the idea. Having Protoss vessels regularly patrolling alongside Federation ships sends a message. That this alliance is real, permanent, integrated into our daily operations. That is precisely the message we wish to send, Selendes said, to our allies and our enemies. The Protoss and Federation stand together, always. 1 week later, in Sisko's office, the two leaders met for what had become a regular check-in on the Alliance's progress. The Joint Patrol Program has been approved, Sisko reported. Starfleet Command was enthusiastic. We're drafting schedules for rotating assignments, Protoss vessels paired with Federation ships on 3-month deployments throughout the quadrant. Excellent. And the cultural exchange program continues to expand. We now have 43 Federation personnel training in psionic meditation on Gerado. Dr. Bashir's xenobiology research has produced 3 joint papers on Protoss Federation genetic compatibility. Chief O'Brien's hybrid shield technology is being installed on 5 additional Federation stations. All good news, Sisko said. Then more quietly, Executor, can I ask you something personal, of course. When you first arrived here, lost, cut off from your people, stranded in an alien universe, did you ever imagine it would come to this? A permanent alliance, a base on a Bajoran moon, joint patrols and cultural exchanges and collaborative research. Selendes was quiet for a moment, her golden eyes distant. No, she said finally. When we first arrived, I expected temporary arrangement, that we would work with your Federation while searching for a way home. That this would be interlude before we return to our real lives in our real universe. But I was wrong. This is our real life now. This universe, this alliance, these people, they are as real as anything we left behind. Perhaps more real because we have chosen this rather than simply being born into it. Do you still think about going home? About returning to your original universe? Sometimes. When I meditate, when I connect with my crew through the Kala, I feel the absence of the greater network. The billions of Protoss minds I can no longer touch. That absence aches, but, she paused. But I have also learned something important from your Federation, Captain Sisko. I have learned that home is not where you came from. It is what you build, who you protect. The cause you serve. That's what I hoped you'd say, Sisko replied with a slight smile. You asked me once if I thought we would ever find a way home, Selendes continued. The answer is, perhaps. Commander Dax and High Templar Mohendar make progress on the dimensional gateway research. Slowly but consistently. In 50 years, perhaps 100, we might succeed in creating a stable bridge between universes. But by then, she gestured around the station, at the base on Gerado, at the reality they'd built together. By then, this will be home. Not a substitute for the universe we left, but a home in its own right. And the gateway, if it is ever created, will not be escape route. It will be bridge, connection between 2 homes instead of choice between them. To new beginnings, Sisko said, raising a glass of synthehol in toast. And to new alliances, Selendes replied, though she did not drink. May they endure. They stood at the viewport, looking out at the space between DS9 and Gerado, a Federation station and a Protoss base, separated by distance but connected by purpose. And in the space between them, ships from both civilizations moved in coordinated patrol, golden Protoss vessels alongside the angular forms of Federation starships. "Think about what we've built," Cisco said quietly. "6 months ago, you were strangers from another dimension. Now you're training our personnel, defending our borders, collaborating on research that might reshape both our universes. That's remarkable." "It is what allies do," Selendes replied. "They stand together, learn from each other, become stronger through cooperation than either could be alone. This is what the Protoss lost when we exiled the Nerazim, the understanding that unity does not require uniformity, that different peoples can work together without sacrificing their unique identities. Your Federation taught us this. Or rather, reminded us. The lessons were always there, we had simply forgotten them. And you've taught us things too," Cisco said. "Discipline, absolute commitment to principles, the understanding that some things are worth fighting for regardless of cost. The Federation sometimes gets so caught up in debate and diplomacy that we forget. Sometimes you have to take a stand, draw a line, say no further. The Protoss never forget that. Different strengths," Selendes observed. "You provide wisdom, we provide strength. Together, we create something neither could achieve alone." "Together," Cisco echoed. Through the viewport, they watched as a Protoss carrier and a Federation Galaxy-class starship prepared to depart on joint patrol. The two vessels aligned their trajectories, synchronized their warp fields, and jumped to faster-than-light travel together. Two ships, two civilizations, one purpose, defending the innocent, standing against darkness. Building a future where warriors from different universes could find common ground. It was working. Against all odds, despite all obstacles, the Alliance was working. "Captain Cisco," Selendes said, "I wish to share something. A Protoss blessing translated for your understanding. In Taro Adun. In honor of Adun, who taught us that strength without wisdom is meaningless. That warriors must also be scholars, defenders must also be builders. That we fight not because we love war, but because we love peace enough to defend it." "That's beautiful," Cisco said, "and true. For both our peoples, indeed. And so I give you this blessing. May the Federation and the Protoss stand together for all the years ahead. May we defend each other as we defend ourselves. May we learn from each other as we learn from our own histories. And may we prove that even beings from different universes with different philosophies and different forms can find unity and shared purpose. En Taro Adun," Cisco said, "and to the future we'll build together." En Taro Adun, Selendes echoed, "for the fallen, for the living, for all those yet to come." They stood together in companionable silence, two leaders from different worlds, watching the stars and imagining the future they would forge together. It would not be easy. There would be conflicts, philosophical, practical, cultural. There would be threats, Borg, Zerg, perhaps others they couldn't yet imagine. There would be challenges that would test the Alliance's foundations, but they would endure, together, as allies, as friends, because that's what they had chosen. Not been forced into, not simply accepted as temporary arrangement, but actively, deliberately chosen. The Protoss had chosen to defend this universe as they would defend their own. The Federation had chosen to accept these alien warriors as true partners. And together, they had chosen to build something new. Not Protoss, not Federation, but something that combined the best of both. An alliance that transcended dimensions, that proved different peoples could stand together, that demonstrated the power of cooperation over isolation. Outside the viewport, stars continued their ancient dance. Ships patrolled the darkness. And on a Bajoran moon, Protoss and humans trained together, learned together, built the future together. It was a beginning, just a beginning, but it was a good one. 10 years later. The dimensional gateway stood at the edge of the Badger system, a massive structure that dwarfed anything built before it. Crystalline spires extended for kilometers, holding in place the energies that would bridge two universes. Commander Jadzia Dax, now Captain Dax commanding her own research vessel, watched the final preparations with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Mohendar," she said to the High Templar beside her, "are we really doing this?" "We are," the Protoss scientist replied. His voice carried the weight of 10 years of research, of calculations and simulations and setbacks and breakthroughs. "Today, we prove that the impossible is merely improbable. That with sufficient determination and collaboration, even dimensional barriers can be overcome. And if the Protoss Conclave demands your fleet return, if they view this universe as irrelevant compared to their own needs, then Executor Selendis will remind them that we made oaths here, that we have allies who depend on us, that honor demands we maintain our commitments regardless of convenience." Mohendar's mandibles curved in what might have been a smile. "The Conclave will accept this. They are Protoss. They understand honor." The gateway activated. Reality tore open like fabric being cut, and through the rift, two universes touched for the first time since the accidental breach 10 years ago. And through that gateway came not armies, not threats, but ambassadors. Protoss from the original universe come to meet the civilization their lost fleet had befriended. The alliance had endured, and now it would expand, to infinity, together. Entaro Tassadar, the end.